Chapter 1131. Li Muyuan gazed at Yan Yi for a short while, and then he turned around and walked away. Yan Yi suddenly spoke. "Did I say that you can leave?" The atmosphere here instantly became tense when they heard Yan Yi. Li Muyuan stopped moving while the students who came with him earlier had immediately gone over to his side, and they revealed vigilant expressions. Zinan and Qiu Yuan's expressions changed slightly. They'd experienced Yan Yi's temper before this, and they knew that if he lost his temper, then even Xiao Bieli wouldn't be able to stop him. Zinan hesitated for a moment, and she was just about to speak when Yan Yi looked at her. "If others respect me, then I would respect them. If others don't respect me, then I would absolutely not respect them. Besides that, I hate people who play tricks behind others' backs." Yan Yi gazed at Li Muyuan and continued. "Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Li Muyuan said. "I was just planning for the worst-case scenario." "Is that so?" Yan Yi said. "All right. Regardless of what your intentions were, I can't stand the sight of you right now, and I don't want to take you along with me anymore. So, will you fuck off yourself, or should I make you?" Everyone here was shocked upon hearing this. After all, forcing Li Muyuan to leave was no different than making him give his life away. However, many didn't choose to step forward right now. Actually, many of them didn't really like Li Muyuan's actions. After all, anyone wouldn't be pleased when someone acted like that. Li Muyuan's expression changed abruptly when he heard Yan Yi. Because he hadn't expected that Yan Yi would actually force him to leave. How could he possibly return to the academy with his strength? Yet now, where could he go if not for the academy? Where would he dare to go? He couldn't go anywhere, and he didn't dare to go anywhere else as well. Unless he stayed in hiding forever. After all, the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect were in a superior position right now, so would any power allow him to stay? Would any power dare to let him stay? Li Muyuan spoke gloomily. "Yan Yi, must you go to such extents?" Yan Yi laughed coldly. "I've already shown mercy for old man Xiao's sake. If it was up to me, then I would end you right now. So seize the moment before I changed my mind and fuck off right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to do that." Yan Yi didn't want to save an ungrateful bastard. Based on Li Muyuan's previous actions, Yan Yi knew that it would absolutely not be the last time. Once he wasn't here, Li Muyuan would definitely play some tricks. He wasn't interested in dealing with Li Muyuan's schemes, so he just made Li Muyuan leave instead. He didn't want to keep someone who was hostile towards him and intended to harm him on his cloud shuttle. Moreover, he refused to save such a person. After all, Yan Yi wasn't a kind person. Repay enmity with kindness? No. He liked to repay enmity with blood. Yan Yi. We're all on the same side. There's no need to do this. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan spoke abruptly. "I realize that Li Muyuan's actions were wrong, and I'll make him apologize to you. All right? We're all students of the academy, and I'm sure that Dean Xiao wouldn't want to see us fighting and killing each other." Zinan spoke up as well. "Qiu Yuan is right. Our academy is in a crisis right now, so we should stay united as one and not enter into conflict with each other. Muyuan, apologize to Yan Yi and the matter will end there. Besides that, if you act like that again, then not to mention Yan Yi, I, Zinan, will be the first to deal with you. Muyuan, just apologize. We're all on the same side, there's no need for it to be like this." "Exactly. Our current enemies are the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction. Fighting amongst ourselves will only benefit those bastards. Just apologize and this incident will be over. Li Muyuan, don't think that it's unjust because it's your own fault. Yan Yi was keeping formidable enemies at bay for us, yet you were playing tricks behind his back. Everyone witnessed all of it, and we know that you are indeed in the wrong. Now, just apologize. I believe that senior brother Yan Yi will definitely give you a chance." Li Muyuan glanced at the others and said, "Apologize? Why should I? Didn't I do all of that for all of you? Moreover, did I even do anything wrong? If Yan Yi died and we continued at such a slow speed, then what would we do if our enemies catch up? Was it wrong to say that we should go first? Mu Yuan. Qiu Yuan spoke in a low voice. Just apologize and this matter will be over. Understand? I refuse. Li Muyuan laughed coldly and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you're stronger than me, so I can't do anything if you want to make me leave. Don't worry, I'm not a shameless person, so I'll leave right now. Stop the cloud shuttle. I'll leave right now. I'll go with you. I'll go with you as well. It didn't take long for those students who'd been by Li Muyuan's side since the beginning to step forward and proclaim their intention to go with him. Yan Yi's voice resounded. Stop the cloud shuttle. The cloud shuttle was still flying. Yan Yi glanced at the others and said, What's this? Qiu Yuan spoke solemnly. There's no need to go to such extents. Yan Yi walked over to Qiu Yuan and said, Based on what you said, I, Yan Yi, should beg him to stay. And I should beg him to let me protect him. Is that it? Qiu Yuan replied. He was wrong, but it doesn't warrant death. Yan Yi gazed at Qiu Yuan for a short while, and then he glanced at the others and said, Do all of you think that I have to rescue you? Or do you think that White Deer Academy wouldn't have a future without all of you? Their expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. What's he trying to say? Shock instantly appeared in their eyes when they thought of a certain possibility. Zinan's eyes were filled with shock as well. Yang Yi, you. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I, Yang Yi, won't be staying in the academy, nor will I become its dean. So, the rules of the academy can't bind me. As for your impression of me, it isn't important at all. The only reason I'm standing here right now is Dean Xiao, and the only reason I've chosen to fight alongside the academy is because of him. It isn't because of all of you, and it isn't because of White Deer Academy as well. So, all of you better know your place. Since you're all on my cloud shuttle now, then I hope that you'll act according to the rules I set. Otherwise, you can fuck off. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his foot down. Bang! The entire cloud shuttle shook violently. Yang Yi said, Now stop the cloud shuttle. Don't make me say it a second time. The cloud shuttle came to a stop 2 breaths of time later. Yang Yi glanced at everyone here and said, If you can't stand the sight of me or don't like what I'm doing, then you can leave with him. Don't worry, I will absolutely not stop you. As for complaining to Dean Xiao, you can do as you please. He didn't want to waste time with the students. After all, he had more important matters to attend to. This time, all of them weren't just shocked, they were terrified. At this point, they finally understood that their fate didn't matter to Yang Yi. Yang Yi hadn't come here for them, and had merely come because he owed Dean Xiao. Yet they'd taken his actions to be a matter of course, and some even felt that Yang Yi owed them. Li Muyuan glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he leaped off the cloud shuttle. At the same time, the others behind him hesitated for a moment before leaping off as well. Yang Yi, what goes around comes around. I, Li Muyuan, will remember this humiliation. You better pray that you don't encounter any misfortune in the future. Otherwise, I'll definitely repay this humiliation 100-fold. Li Muyuan's voice resounded from the sky. How could he be willing to leave without leaving a few threats behind? Yang Yi, who was walking towards his room, had suddenly stopped moving, and then he turned around and looked up at the sky. What goes around comes around. Let me see how you'll do that without a head. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot through the sky and vanished into the horizon. H. A few seconds passed before Li Muyuan's shrill cry resounded, and it was accompanied by the shocked and horrified cries of those students who'd left with him. Everyone here couldn't help but take a step back when they witnessed this scene, and their gazes at Yang Yi were filled with shock and extreme fear. Yang Yi ignored them and walked to his room. At the same time, his voice resounded from within his room. Turn around and head to Thousand Crane Dimension. Everyone here was still in a state of shock. He really dares to kill us. He wasn't joking. A short while passed before Qiu Yuan said, I underestimated how ruthless he is. Mu Yuan underestimated his ruthlessness as well. Zinan replied. All of us did. Quite a long moment of silence ensued before Qiu Yuan spoke again. He said to turn around and head towards Thousand Crane Dimension. Go ask him what he intends to do. Zenan nodded, and then she walked towards Yang Yi's room. In the room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while a violet crystal was ceaselessly emanating spirit energy within him. Had wasted quite a bit of profound energy during the battle with that old geezer just now, and he had to replenish it. Meanwhile, Zenan walked into his room, and she sat cross-legged in front of him. You said to head to Thousand Crane Dimension? What do you intend to do? Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at her. Do you think we'll be able to return to the academy like this? Why not? Zenan was puzzled. It's completely possible with this Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Yang Yi shook his head. There are 5 quasi-emperors outside White Deer City. That quasi-emperor and those experts from before have definitely rushed back to White Deer City by now. We won't be able to enter the city if we head back right now. It's absolutely possible such a force to obliterate us in an instant. Zenan was still puzzled. What does that have to do with going to the Thousand Crane Dimension? Yang Yi replied with a question. What do you think? Zenan thought for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly opened wide as she gazed at him with shock. You intend to launch a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Chapter 1132. Zenan was no fool, so how could she be unable to understand what Yang Yi meant? White Deer City was surrounded, and it was practically impossible to return there right now. Yet Yang Yi had chosen to travel to the Thousand Crane sect. Obviously, he wasn't there to pay them a friendly visit. He intended to launch a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Zenan couldn't help but shudder when she thought up to this point. After all, it was a diamond rank power. Has he really gone mad? Yang Yi grinned when he saw the expression on her face. What? Are you afraid? Zenan nodded without hesitation. Yang Yi said, just think about it. White Deer City is in a much more dangerous situation than ours. Because the Emo clan, the Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction might attack the city at any moment. Their joint forces are many times stronger than our academy. Even if we have the grand formation of the city, how long do you think we'll be able to persist for? Zenan remained silent. Yang Yi added, most importantly, even if we're able to return to the academy, we won't be of much help to the academy. Because the fight is between the top experts of each side right now. However, we can do many things while we're outside of the city. Zenan spoke solemnly. We're too weak. The Thousand Crane sect isn't strong either. Yang Yi continued. Their only quasi-emperor is at White Deer City, and many of its high-rank saints are outside the city as well. So, according to my estimations, there are very few high-rank saints left in their sect, and there shouldn't be more than 20 there. Of course, we aren't heading there to destroy their sect. We don't have the strength to do that, nor do we have the time. Our mission is to kill as many as we can, cause them to fall into chaos, and improve the morale of our academy's forces. Zenan remained silent for a long time before she said, Your plan is very crazy and dangerous. We're already in extreme danger. Yang Yi continued. Is it not dangerous to be pursued and attacked by the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction? Zenan, you must realize the situation you're in right now. To be frank, perhaps we might die a moment later. Zenan took a deep breath and said, I'll do as you say. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stood up and walked towards the door, while Zenan followed behind him. There were over 2,000 students standing before Yang Yi. There were high-rank saints, ordinary saints, half-saints, and even some monarch realm cultivators amongst them. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Our current target is the Thousand Crane sect. Yes, we're going to launch a surprise attack against them. Do all of you dare to do so? A surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. It was definitely unimaginable for all of them. After all, they were just students, and most of them were injured. So, wasn't launching a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect no different than courting death? While the Thousand Crane sect wasn't as powerful as the Mo clan, it was still a diamond rank power. Has he gone mad? Yang Yi said. Presently, there are at least 5 quasi-emperors outside White Deer City. Will we be able to enter the city if we head back now? We wouldn't. Even if we can enter the city, what can we do? Nothing. At the very most, we can act as cannon fodder when the battle begins. However, we can do many things while we remain outside the city. For example, we can launch a surprise attack against the Thousand Crane sect. Meanwhile, one of the students said, but there are too few of us, and we're too weak as well. Yang Yi gazed at that student and said, we aren't going there to set up an arena and challenge them to single combat. We're going there to launch a surprise attack. So, having fewer people is advantageous instead. As for the problem you raised about your strengths, all of you actually aren't too weak. All of you just lack confidence. That day, I slaughtered my way through the Thousand Crane sect by myself, yet now, we have a group. A group. Yang Yi glanced at them and continued, earlier, all of you were pursued like dogs. Don't you want to take revenge? Their expressions immediately became unsightly when they heard the last few words Yang Yi spoke. It had undoubtedly struck at a sore point of theirs. During that period of being hunted, it was definitely extremely aggrieving to all of them. After all, as students of White Deer Academy, when had they ever been pursued like dogs? Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, if all of you really don't dare to do so, then I won't force all of you. However, I'll still go myself. Zinan was the first to make her stand clear at this moment. I'll go with you. Qiu Yuan was the second. I'll go as well. As soon as they made their stands clear, many others instantly stopped hesitating. Let's launch a surprise attack against them. Fuck them. There are no cowards in my White Deer Academy. Count me in. Even if I die, I'll bury a few of their disciples with me. Attack the Thousand Crane sect. Kill. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Even though White Deer Academy was in a critical situation, it still had hope. Because its students were still unyielding. Yang Yi gazed at Zinan and said, how far are we from the Thousand Crane sect? Zinan replied, 2 hours. Yang Yi nodded, and then he flicked his finger. A violet crystal instantly appeared before every single one of them. Consume it and recover. All of them were delighted when they saw the violet crystal. After all, it was a treasure that would allow them to swiftly recover their profound energy. Moreover, a violet crystal's effects could last them 4 hours at the very least. So, it was definitely capable of saving their lives in the upcoming battle in the Thousand Crane sect. So, they immediately expressed their gratitude to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Zinan and said, separate out the students at the Half-Saint Realm and above. They will be attacking the Thousand Crane sect with us. As for those below the Half-Saint Realm, don't leave them behind. Give them another mission, and it's to plunder as much as they can from the Thousand Crane sect. Zinan was astounded. Plunder? Yang Yi replied. Of course. The Thousand Crane sect is a diamond rank sect at any rate, so it should have quite a large number of treasures. Since we're attacking it, then how can we return empty-handed? Zinan gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she nodded. Remember that you'll only have 100 breaths of time. Yang Yi gazed at them and said, we only have 100 breaths of time, and then everyone must immediately return to the cloud shuttle. Zinan was puzzled. Why? Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan spoke. Because the Thousand Crane sect would notify its experts as soon as we attack, and it takes around 100 breaths of time for a quasi-emperor to rush back. So we must leave before the experts of the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan arrive. Otherwise, many of us will die. It's even the extent that all of us will be buried there. Zinan glanced at Qiu Yuan and nodded. I understand. Yang Yi didn't speak another word. He just turned around and looked up at the sky while a trace of worry could be seen in his eyes. Even though he possessed 100 sword servants at the high-rank Saint realm and one at the quasi-emperor realm, such forces were utterly insufficient before the Thousand Crane sect, Mo clan, and Law faction. Especially the Mo clan. Even until now, the Mo clan had only revealed a small portion of its strength. Besides the Mo clan, there was also Lu Yuanhao who was watching from the shadows. Regardless of whether it was White Deer Academy or Yan Yi, they were in very bad situations. Meanwhile, Zinan suddenly walked over to Yan Yi and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Yan Yi replied with a question. "You've already finished what I tasked you to do?" She pointed at Qiu Yuan. "He's doing it. He's much better at it than I am." Yan Yi glanced at Qiu Yuan and said, "Indeed," Zinan said abruptly. "Actually, I was thinking about something. What would happen if our White Deer Academy didn't have you?" Yan Yi replied. "It would still be White Deer Academy even without me." Zinan shook her head slightly. "We would have been driven away by the Law faction if it wasn't for you. At that time, the Law faction wouldn't act like we have, and it would act against us. So, we would definitely suffer horrifying consequences. Yet now, all of us here might die if it wasn't for you. Of course, you're partially to blame for the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect's attack on our academy. However, in overall, your merits outweigh your faults." Yan Yi turned around to gaze at Zinan. "If I were to try and join the martial sect or evil faction, do you think they would take me in? Do you think they would protect me?" Zinan remained silent for a long time before she said, "They will." Yan Yi's natural talent and strength couldn't definitely be ranked on the martial rankings, and he would be in the top 20 at the very least. Any power wouldn't be able to refuse such a genius. Yan Yi said, "I wasn't trying to hint at anything when I said all of that. I just want to tell you that if the Academy doesn't betray me, then I will absolutely not betray the Academy. I don't betray those who remain loyal to me. That's my principle in life. We're on the same side now. So, I want to abandon all of you if all of you don't play tricks with me." Zinan glanced at him and said, "I understand." Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan walked over and said, "There are 1120 of us at the half-saint realm or above, and the rest are below the half-saint realm. The forces at the half-saint realm and above will come with us and obey your orders. As for the rest, I've ordered them to seize the opportunity presented by the chaos to plunder the Technique Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, Treasury, and other places within the Thousand Crane sect. In short, they'll head to every single place that might hold treasures. However, there might be experts guarding those places." Yan Yi waved his right hand, and then 50 high-rank saints appeared here. These will protect them. Their expressions changed when they saw those 50 puppets at the high rank of the saint realm. They hadn't expected that Yan Yi actually possessed so many puppets, and all of them were high-rank saints. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan said, "They should be able to complete their missions smoothly with the protection of these puppets. However, if I'm not wrong, the Thousand Crane sect has a defensive formation surrounding it right now, and even if we're able to break through it, there'll be all sorts of offensive formations within the sect. All of that," Yan Yi said, "I'll deal with them." Qiu Yuan stated, "One final question. Who will guard the cloud shuttle?" Yan Yi replied, "Don't worry. I've made arrangements for that." Qiu Yuan took a deep breath and said, "I have no further questions." Yan Yi glanced at Qiu Yuan. "You considered everything thoroughly. Not bad indeed. You'll be in charge of commanding our forces later. Another 50 puppets at the high-rank Saint Realm will be under your command as well. Try your best to minimize our losses. As for the top experts of the Thousand Crane sect, let me deal with them." Qiu Yuan replied, "I won't let you down." Yan Yi nodded, and then he turned around and looked up at the sky. An hour later, they arrived at Thousand Crane Dimension. Yan Yi's group was only detected after they entered Thousand Crane Dimension and arrived before Thousand Crane City. The Thousand Crane sect was about to activate the defensive formation around the city. Unfortunately, it was too late. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky, and then the formation which restricted flight was blasted into pieces. "A debt of blood must be repaid with blood," someone shouted, and then the students of White Deer Academy howled in unison. Countless pillars of light shot through the sky while led by a pillar of blood-red light, and they shot towards the Thousand Crane sect. Chapter 1133. Because it was a surprise attack, Yan Yes group entered Thousand Crane Dimension without a hitch, and they passed through the city to arrive at the Thousand Crane sect. However, a huge barrier of light enveloped the Thousand Crane sect when they were about to charge into it. At the same time, countless experts of the Thousand Crane sect shot over from all directions, and it didn't take long for a few tens of thousands to be gathered within the Thousand Crane sect. "It's Yang Yi!" Countless disciples cried out involuntarily when they saw the blood-red figure outside the barrier of light. Yan Yi was naturally not an unfamiliar face to them. After all, Yan Yi had killed their vice sect master and carried out a slaughter in their sect. The blood scene from that day was absolutely unforgettable to many disciples. As soon as they saw Yan Yi, their countenances had immediately turned pale. Especially when they saw a huge group standing behind Yan Yi. Moreover, there were over 50 high-rank saints in that group. However, they were part of a diamond rank power at any rate, so it wasn't to the extent of instilling terror within them. "Get into formation! Activate all the formations! Notify the sect master!" A furious howl resounded through the Thousand Crane sect, and then its disciples instantly recovered their calm and composure before acting in an orderly manner. A beautiful middle-aged woman flashed into the sky, and she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, what are you doing here?" At this moment, she naturally had to buy time until Feng Qingyu got back. "Move aside!" Yan Yi's voice resounded while the disciples of the Thousand Crane sect were getting into formation. Yang Yi paid no attention to the middle-aged woman. He just took Heaven's gravestone in both hands, stomped his right foot against the space beneath him, and then transformed into a ray of blood-red light that collided with the barrier of light. Bang! The entire barrier of light shook violently, and rumbling resounded through the sky while countless arm-thick cracks appeared on it. The expressions of the middle-aged woman and all the other disciples of the Thousand Crane sect changed drastically at the sight of this scene. "Attack!" The middle-aged woman hurriedly shouted with fury. "Attack!" Countless disciples howled furiously from below. In an instant, countless beams of blue light shot up into the air. The beams of blue light instantly formed a huge pillar of blue light in midair, and then it slammed towards Yan Yi, who still remained outside the barrier of light. "Attack!" Qiu Yuan's voice resounded from outside the barrier of light. As soon as Qiu Yuan gave the order, all the students of White Deer Academy attacked in unison. Countless beams of light covered the heavens and the earth as they shot towards the blue pillar of light. Bang! 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 A string of deafening explosions resounded through the sky. Qiu Yuan and the others were naturally no match for the joint forces of tens of thousands from the Thousand Crane sect. So, their attacks merely obstructed the pillar of blue light for a moment. But it was enough for Yang Yi. "Break!" Yan Yi's roar of fury resounded through the sky. Yan Yi held Heaven's gravestone with both hands as he pressed it against the barrier of light and twisted it. The laws of decay sprayed out from his sword, and coupled with the effects of his full strength, a huge hole was instantly blasted open in the barrier of light. Even though it wasn't really huge, it was sufficient for Yan Yi's group. "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged into the Thousand Crane sect. The middle-aged woman's pupils constricted. But she reacted quickly and immediately roared with fury. "Get into formation and attack! Activate all the offensive formations and kill them! I..." Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the middle-aged woman's throat, and then her head flew up into the air. "Kill!" Qiu Yuan and the others followed closely behind Yang Yi. Meanwhile, countless beams of blue light suddenly surged out from all over the Thousand Crane sect, and they covered the sky as they shot towards Yang Yi's group. "Qiu Yuan, act according to the plan!" As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he swung Heaven's gravestone swiftly, and then countless rays of blood-red sword energy shot towards the surroundings. Every single ray of sword energy collided with a beam of blue light, so those beams of blue light weren't able to cause any harm to Yang Yi and the others. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan suddenly gazed at one of the students and said, "Yuan Ming, make it quick! Come with me!" Yuan Ming shot into the Thousand Crane sect. Over 1,000 students followed behind him, and there were sword servants around them as well. Any obstruction they encountered would be mercilessly eliminated by those sword servants. So, Yuan Ming's group advanced smoothly, and it didn't take long for them to vanish into the distance. At this moment, an intense battle was going on here. The students of White Deer Academy were outnumbered, and their overall strength was weaker than the forces of the Thousand Crane sect. However, they had Yan Yi. So, it was the Thousand Crane sect which was at a disadvantage. Because just Yan Yi alone was capable of resisting all the formations of the Thousand Crane sect, and he was even ceaselessly slaughtering the high-ranked saints of the Thousand Crane sect. Under such circumstances, it was practically a slaughter. The shrill cries of countless disciples from the Thousand Crane sect were resounding incessantly. However, none of them fled. More and more disciples were rushing over from all directions, and even many experts within Thousand Crane City had rushed over. As more and more disciples rushed over, the forces from White Deer Academy gradually lost the advantage they had and were disadvantaged instead. Meanwhile, Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He pondered deeply for a moment, and then he issued a command in his heart. One of his sword servants vanished on the spot, and it didn't take long for a huge explosion to resound from the back of the Thousand Crane sect. After that, countless sounds of loud laughter resounded from there. Thousand Darkness Prison! The expressions of some elders from the Thousand Crane sect had changed drastically, because they realized that Yan Yi had destroyed the Thousand Darkness Prison. Many enemies of the Thousand Crane sect were imprisoned there, but most of the prisoners there were actually members of the Thousand Crane sect itself. They definitely held immense resentment towards the Thousand Crane sect because it was practically impossible to escape once one was imprisoned there. Sure enough, it didn't take long for chaos to arise at the rear of the Thousand Crane sect. However, the high-ranked saints of the Thousand Crane sect paid no attention to those prisoners, because Yan Yi was much more terrifying than them. After all, even if they started a slaughter, how many could they kill? But if no one kept Yan Yi busy, then Yan Yi could annihilate all the disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, the Thousand Crane sect was ready to stop at nothing in order to deal with Yan Yi and the students of White Deer Academy. They were ceaselessly activating all sorts of offensive formations. Every single activation of these formations consumed a huge number of violet crystals. However, they had no choice but to do so right now. Because if they couldn't keep Yan Yi busy, then the ordinary disciples of the Thousand Crane sect would be utterly incapable of even resisting a single swing of Yan Yi's sword. But even then, it was quite difficult to keep Yan Yi busy. Meanwhile, Yan Yi's voice resounded. "Everyone come close to me!" The students of White Deer Academy didn't hesitate to do as they were told. Even though some had tried to stop them, those experts were eliminated by Yan Yi. There was practically no one here who could resist a single swing of Yan Yi's sword. So, it didn't take long for the students of White Deer Academy to arrive around Yan Yi. Meanwhile, they were surrounded by disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. At this moment, the minds of those disciples were filled with the desire to kill, and they were utterly fearless. They were part of a diamond rank power in the end, so they couldn't be compared to the members of ordinary powers. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, they were practically surrounded, and the disciples and guards of the Thousand Crane sect were still rushing over incessantly from the city. "We can't stay any longer." Yan Yi gazed at Qiu Yuan and said, "Order everyone to get back here! We're going back to the Cloud Shuttle." Qiu Yuan didn't dare hesitate, and immediately sent a voice transmission to those students who were tasked with plundering the Thousand Crane sect. In next to no time, those students rushed back here while escorted by Yan Yi's sword servants. "Don't let them escape. Stop them. The sect master will be here in a few dozen breaths of time, at most." One of the elders immediately roared upon noticing Yan Yi's intent to flee. If they couldn't kill Yan Yi, then the Thousand Crane sect would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Central Divine Prefecture. At that time, every single member of the Thousand Crane sect wouldn't be able to hold their heads up high before the members of other diamond rank powers. The disciples of the Thousand Crane sect immediately pounced at Yan Yi's group like madmen. The students of White Deer Academy immediately revealed extremely solemn expressions on their faces before the Thousand Cranes sect's fearless attempt to stop them from escaping. Suddenly, Yan Yi waved his right hand, and then another 50 sword servants at the high rank of the Saint Realm appeared here. The faces of the experts from the Thousand Cranes sect changed drastically at the sight of those sword servants. However, Yan Yi paid no attention to the experts of the Thousand Cranes sect, and he just waved his right hand and commanded, "Stay close and kill our way out with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi drew his sword and swung it. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward, and over 100 disciples of the Thousand Crane sect who were in his path were instantly slashed into two. Kill! Yan Yi's figure shot towards the distance, and the students behind him immediately followed him. After 50 more high-rank saints appeared here, the students of the Thousand Crane sect were powerless to stop Yan Yi's group, and they could only watch helplessly as Yan Yi's group vanished into the horizon. Not even 5 breaths of time had passed after Yan Yi's group left when Feng Qingyu and Mo Tian appeared in the Thousand Crane sect. Feng Qingyu's face was instantly covered in gloominess when she saw the corpses that covered the Thousand Crane sect. Yan Yi! Feng Qingyu's voice was like the roar of a wild beast as it resounded throughout Thousand Crane Dimension. Chapter 1134. The news about the attack on the Thousand Crane sect swept through the Central Divine Prefecture like wildfire. The entire Central Divine Prefecture was in an uproar. Even though the Thousand Crane sect had fallen into a decline, it was still a diamond-rank power. It still had its resources and reserves. Most importantly, Yan Yi was just a half-saint, and it wasn't exaggerated to call the students of White Deer Academy which he led into battle as a bunch of weak and injured experts. But it was exactly such a force that had attacked the Thousand Crane sect. Moreover, they'd killed more than 10,000 disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. Besides that, the Treasure Pavilion, Technique Pavilion, Herb Pavilion, and many other valuables of the Thousand Crane sect had been practically completely plundered. Most importantly, they'd swaggered off in the end. This battle made the entire Central Divine Prefecture remember a name, and it was Yan Yi. Because Yan Yi turned blood red every time he killed, wielded a sword of slaughter, and his actions were no different than madness in the eyes of others, many busybodies in the Central Divine Prefecture had given Yan Yi a nickname, the Mad Swordsman. No matter what, this battle forced the world to reconsider its view of White Deer Academy. Before this, everyone felt that White Deer Academy's fate was predetermined. After all, it was impossible for White Deer Academy to turn the situation around when facing the joint forces of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction. Yet now, they had no choice but to reconsider it for no other reason than because White Deer Academy had the Mad Swordsman, Yan Yi. Quasi-emperors were at the apex of the radiant dimension. However, they weren't the strongest. The true strongest experts in the radiant dimension were those monstrous geniuses on the martial rankings. Perhaps some of those monstrous geniuses on the martial rankings were just half-saints like Yan Yi, but their strengths were sufficient to kill quasi-emperors. Moreover, some like the top 10 could even kill emperors. In short, Yan Yi's existence made everyone feel that White Deer Academy might still have a chance. White Deer Dimension. At this moment, countless were cheering and seething with excitement. Because even the residents of White Deer Dimension had heard about Yan Yi's surprise attack on the Thousand Crane sect. Yan Yi, Zinan, and the others did well. Really well. This is the best I've felt in the last few months. Come on. Let's go have a few drinks. They killed around 10,000 experts of the Thousand Crane sect and took countless treasures. Ha! Awesome! Truly awesome! I really wish I could have attacked the Thousand Crane sect with them. I truly wish I could. What are you shouting for? You'll have plenty of chances in the future. I believe that day will definitely arrive very soon. Attacking the Thousand Crane sect is nothing. And going to attack the Mo clan and annihilate that so-called ancient clan. It'll make them realize that while our academy has split apart, it isn't something that just anyone can bully. Attack the Thousand Crane sect. Attack the Mo clan. Hall of Nobility. There were only 3 people within the hall: Xiao Bieli, Xiao Ling, and Su Shurha. That kid really is a madman, Su Shurha denounced. He's acting as he pleases with the lives of our students. Even though he was denouncing Yang Yi, there was a smile on his face, and he didn't sound like he was angry either. Conversely, it sounded like he was praising Yang Yi. Xiao Ling glanced at Su Shurha and smiled. Even though it was really too crazy, I have to admit that this battle made everyone in the Central Divine Prefecture look upon our academy in a different light. Moreover, it raised our morale as well. Just listen to those little fellows in the city. Every single one of them is shouting about attacking the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect. Xiao Bieli glanced at Xiao Ling and Su Shurha, and then he laughed bitterly. That kid really doesn't know how to put anyone at ease. Forget it. Not to mention the outside world, I might not even be able to control him if he was here. He can just do as he pleases. With how ruthless and shameless that kid is, he'll definitely not suffer any losses. Xiao Ling smiled, and then she spoke seriously. We must take greater precautions because the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction might just attack us right away. Xiao Bieli nodded. Give the order for the entire city to continue staying on guard. Besides that, send that kid a voice transmission. Tell him and those other kids to be careful. Su Shurha nodded, and then he left the hall. The Mad Swordsman. Ha! That name really does suit that kid. On the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. After they left the Thousand Crane sect, Yang Yi immediately commanded the Cloud Shuttle to travel at full speed. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to catch up to them with ease right now. Qiu Yuan spoke in a low voice. We lost 221 students at the Half-Saint Realm, or above. As for students below the Half-Saint Realm, we only lost 32 because they didn't participate in the battle. Silence filled the area. Even though their losses were very small, those fallen students were their friends, and some were even their loved ones. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan added, in the end, making the Thousand Crane sect pay such a horrible price while we paid such a small price is a win for us. Yang Yi gazed at Qiu Yuan and said, Note down the names of the fallen. White Deer Academy will take care of their families and clans in the future. Qiu Yuan nodded. Yang Yi said, Tell me about our gains. Qiu Yuan replied, According to my initial estimations, the techniques, treasures, ores, herbs, and various other items we obtained are worth at least 50,000 violet crystals. 50,000 violet crystals! Everyone here instantly gasped upon hearing Qiu Yuan. 50,000 violet crystals. How much was that? It could be said that all of them couldn't gather that many violet crystals even if they worked for their entire lifetimes. Even White Deer Academy would find it impossible to produce 50,000 violet crystals right now. So, the blood of everyone here started to boil. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan laughed bitterly. Even though that's the lowest price for all of it, selling all of it is still a problem. I'll do that, said Yang Yi. He knew Bai Xiangyao. Based on Cloud Merchant Group's ability, it shouldn't be a problem for them to buy all of it. Qiu Yuan gazed at Yang Yi. You possess the contacts to sell them? Yang Yi nodded and said, Display all the treasures to everyone first. If anyone needs anything or there are treasures that suit them, then they can buy it. Remember, they have to buy it. Once everything is sold, the cost will be removed from the violet crystals that everyone should get. As for the price, you can decide that, Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan was astounded. You're saying that you intend to share the violet crystals with everyone? The others gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment as well. Yang Yi replied with a question. What else? Qiu Yuan was stunned, and then he said, But all of this should actually be yours. Because we would have died if it wasn't for you, and we wouldn't have been able to escape with our lives without your help. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, I understand what you're trying to say. What I want to say is that we're all on the same boat right now, and we'll go through thick and thin together. Everyone here fought with their lives to obtain all of this, and it wasn't just I, Yang Yi, who did it. It's decided. The gazes all of them shot at Yang Yi now had changed slightly, and it had acceptance in them. After all, none of them would actually dare to fight back if Yan Yi intended to take everything for himself. Because they wouldn't have even dared to attack the Thousand Cranes sect if it wasn't for Yan Yi. But he hadn't done that. Even if Yan Yi was ruthless, overbearing, and domineering. Once he acknowledged someone as one of his own, then he never treated them unfairly, would never abandon that person, and would never act selfishly. His attitude towards others was based on their attitude towards him. Yang Yi paid no further attention to them. He just turned around, looked up at the sky, and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Zinan suddenly walked over to Yan Yi and asked, "Why didn't you just send out all of those puppets in the beginning?" Qiu Yuan walked over to their side and said, "Because we might be unable to leave with our lives if we did that." Zinan was puzzled. "Why?" Qiu Yuan explained. "If the gap between our strengths was too huge. In other words, if they felt that they had no chance to win, then what do you think they would do?" Zinan thought for a moment, and then her expression changed. "They'll summon their ancestor." Qiu Yuan nodded. 100 high-rank saints and Yan Yi who's comparable to a quasi-emperor. They can't resist such a force at all. Under such circumstances, they would only have a single choice, and it's to summon their ancestor. Once we force them to do that, then not to mention killing and plundering, even escaping with our lives will be a problem for us. Yan Yi glanced at Qiu Yuan and nodded slightly. Actually, he could have just summoned his sword servant at the quasi-emperor realm and all the high-rank saints. But he hadn't done that. Why? Because he was afraid that the Thousand Crane sect would summon its ancestor. Once an emperor descended here, all of them might be annihilated. But if he only revealed 50 high-rank saints, then the Thousand Crane sect would definitely not summon its ancestor. Even though he didn't know the price that had to be paid in order to summon an emperor down to this world, he knew that it was definitely huge. Because the Thousand Crane sect hadn't summoned their ancestor even when he was slaughtering his way through their sect that day, and it was sufficient to prove that the price to summon their ancestor was really huge. Zinan nodded slightly when she heard Qiu Yuan. "I understand." Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan spoke abruptly. "We've arrived at Sky Capital City." Yan Yi nodded, and then he glanced at Qiu Yuan. The latter flicked 10 spatial rings to Yan Yi. The spatial rings contained everything they'd gained from the Thousand Crane sect. Yan Yi said, "They'll be back in a while. Activate the concealment formation on the cloud shuttle. It'll notify you immediately if anything goes wrong." The two of them nodded. Yan Yi's figure flashed and vanished from the cloud shuttle. At the same time, Zinan spoke abruptly. "What do you think about him?" Qiu Yuan said. "He isn't a qualified leader." Zinan remained silent. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan added, "However, he's the leader that we need the most right now. We need a leader who can hold his own and dares to fight. He's exactly that. However, it'll put us in danger." Zinan was at a loss for words. Yan Yi snuck into Sky Capital City, and then he rushed straight for the Cloud Merchant Group's branch there. He hadn't walked in openly, and had snuck into the branch as well. If he were to walk in just like that, he would cause trouble for both Bai Xiangyao and himself. Yan Yi's divine sense swept the surroundings, and it didn't take long for him to notice Bai Xiangyao. But his expression changed when he arrived at her room. Because a quasi-emperor was actually within her room. "Xiangyao, you really are absolutely audacious. You actually lent that Imperial Cloud Shuttle to someone. Moreover, it was to that madman, Yan Yi. Do you know that the Mo clan, the Law faction, and the Thousand Crane Sect's experts have come to see me, your father? They asked me if our Bai clan intends to go against them. Besides them, those bastards from the Li clan and Fan clan within our merchant group have come to look for trouble with me as well. They say that we're dragging the merchant group down with us." A voice resounded from within the room. "Bai Xianjiu's father?" Yan Yi frowned slightly as he stood outside the room. Bai Xiangyao spoke in a low voice. "The Imperial Cloud Shuttle belongs to our Bai clan, so what does it have to do with the Li clan and Fan clan?" "That's what I think." Bai Xianjiu's father spoke angrily. "But what can we do?" because we really are dragging the merchant group down with us. The Mo clan has already stated that if we don't take the Imperial Cloud Shuttle back and cut ties with Yan Yi, then it's best if our merchant group doesn't appear within their territory. Otherwise, they'll kill as many of our people as they see. They're going too far. Bai Xiangyao was furious. Could it be that our merchant group is just going to allow the Mo clan to threaten us? Bai Xianjiu's father said, "We are business people, so we have to consider the value behind our every action. Tell me, what does Yang Yi have which is worthy of us offending the Mo clan? As far as the merchant group is concerned, it isn't worth it at all. Yan Yi's natural talent is very good, but so what? He's all alone in the end. As for White Deer Academy, it's already crippled. Even if Feng Qingyi returns to the academy and works together with Yan Yi, the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction would still have to spare them if they are to have a chance at rising up in the world." "But is that even possible?" Bai Xiangyao asked. "What are you trying to say? I know that you definitely have a way to contact that kid. Quickly tell him to come here right now." Bai Xiangyao replied. "You intend to capture him and give him to the Mo clan? I'm not that stupid. Even though he's only a half-saint, his potential is extraordinarily huge. What if he doesn't die? Then I would have offended an extraordinary expert for our Bai clan. I'm only asking you to call him here so that he can return the Imperial Cloud Shuttle to us. After that, you have to proclaim that you've cut all ties with him. Then this problem will be resolved." Bai Xiangyao remained silent for a short while, and then she said, "I can't contact him." Meanwhile, her father spoke abruptly. "Xiangyao, do you like that kid? What nonsense are you speaking?" Bai Xianjiu's voice carried a trace of anger. "It's fine so long as you don't. That kid is a madman. Even though his arrival in our Bai clan wouldn't be a disgrace to our Bai clan can't endure the consequences of his current and future actions." Bai Xiangyao was at a loss for words. "All right. Call him here and make him return the Imperial Cloud Shuttle to us. Even if you refuse to do it for your father, do it for our Bai clan." Bai Xiangyao remained silent. "Manager Bai, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you." Suddenly Yan Yi's voice resounded in the room. Chapter 1135. Yan Yi appeared within the room. Besides Bai Xiangyao, there was a middle-aged man in luxurious robes who Bai Xiangyao bore some resemblance to. Obviously, he was her father. "Young Master Yang?" There was surprise in Bai Xianjiu's eyes. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to suddenly appear here. The middle-aged man's gaze had descended onto Yan Yi as well, and he was sizing up Yan Yi incessantly. Yan Yi nodded slightly to Bai Xiangyao and said, "I'm sorry. I never expected that it would drag you into this." He hadn't expected that the Thousand Crane sect and Mo clan had actually found out about the Imperial Cloud Shuttle and had even determined that it was Bai Xiangyao who'd lent it to him. However, it did make sense because he'd come to Sky Capital City on many occasions and had dealt with Bai Xiangyao in the past. With the Mo clan's strength, it made sense that they were able to determine Bai Xianjiu's involvement. She replied, "I was careless." She too had never expected the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect to find out, and even pressure her Bai clan. The middle-aged man spoke abruptly. "Kid, aren't you afraid that I would capture you and hand you over to the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect? After all, the Thousand Crane sect wishes for nothing more than to eat your flesh and drink your blood now." Yan Yi replied with a question. "Would that benefit you in any way?" The middle-aged man replied, "Why not? If I capture you, the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect will definitely be on friendly terms with my Bai clan, and it'll definitely benefit my Bai clan's future business with them." Yan Yi looked the middle-aged man in the eyes and said, "I'm afraid you wouldn't be alive to enjoy those benefits." The middle-aged man gazed at Yan Yi for a short while before he said, "As expected of someone who has killed a quasi-emperor. You aren't even the slightest bit afraid when facing a quasi-emperor as a half-saint. All right, we'll get straight to the point. I'm not interested in interfering with the nonsense between your White Deer Academy and both the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect. Return the Imperial Cloud Shuttle and we won't owe each other anything from then. Yang Yi spoke decisively. I refuse. The middle-aged man was stunned. Kid, you are intending to act shamelessly? Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man, and then he looked at Bai Xiangyao. Miss Bai, I'm sorry for dragging you into this matter. We'll get someone to send the Imperial Cloud Shuttle back in a while. Even though it was extremely important to him right now, he still intended to return it. He could act shamelessly towards his enemies, but he couldn't do that to a friend. He treated Bai Xiangyao as a friend of his. Bai Xiangyao replied, There's no need to do that for now. Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were stunned, and the middle-aged man hurriedly said, Little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiangyao took a deep breath, and then she gazed at the middle-aged man and said, Father, that Imperial Cloud Shuttle belongs to me, so I have the right to choose who I borrow it to. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. I gave it to you as your dowry for your marriage. Bai Xiangyao replied. Right. So it's mine now. The middle-aged man was exasperated. You. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Miss Bai, that isn't necessary. Even if I don't have that Imperial Cloud Shuttle, I can still lead those students back to the academy. The middle-aged man glared at Yang Yi and said, Kid, at least you have a heart. Bai Xiangyao shook her head slightly. But I believe that you'll be able to accomplish many things with its help. I've made my decision. If you treat me as a friend, then don't speak another word about it. The middle-aged man said. Little girl, are you trying to get your father in trouble? Bai Xiangyao gazed at the middle-aged man and said, Father, the Imperial Cloud Shuttle belongs to my Bai clan, and it's our right to lend it to whomever we like. Why should the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect be allowed to order us around? Besides that, what does it have to do with the Li clan and Fan clan? If they say that our Bai clan is dragging the merchant group down with us, then it'll just withdraw from the merchant group. Withdraw from the merchant group? The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly upon hearing her, and a short while passed before he laughed bitterly. You're just like your sister. She likes to speak about withdrawing from the merchant group for every small thing. Bai Xiangyao stated. The merchant group isn't as harmonious as it used to be. What else are those old bastards good for besides scheming against each other? The harm to our Bai clan from staying within the merchant group actually outweighs the benefits. Don't try to change the topic. It'll deal with the matters related to the merchant group. Don't worry, your father isn't a weakling. The middle-aged man continued. Now, let's take about the Imperial Cloud Shuttle and this kid. Bai Xiangyou's attitude was very firm. There's nothing to talk about. I've already lent it to him. The middle-aged man said. I respect your decision. Yang Yi and Bai Xiangyao were stunned upon hearing this. That fellow changed his mind? As if he knew what they were thinking, the middle-aged man said. Do you know why I suddenly changed my mind? Because this kid takes you into consideration. That proves he isn't a heartless and selfish person. To be a little more direct, his potential is huge, and he might be able to help our Bai clan. Of course, if he was a selfish and heartless person, then I wouldn't have agreed no matter how great his potential is. As our ancestor once said, if you intend to invest in a person, then consider character before potential. Bai Xiangyao spoke softly. But what about the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect? They can't do anything to me. The middle-aged man continued. At the very most, we just can't do business within their territory. As for the merchant group, can they remove me from my position? They wouldn't dare to do so no matter how brave they are. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Thank you. The middle-aged man turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. You think you're very strong, right? Yang Yi replied. It's not bad. The middle-aged man said. You think I didn't notice your presence just now? Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and said, So what if you did? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, Next time let's fight in single combat. It'll allow you to realize that not all quasi-emperors are as weak as that fellow from the Thousand Crane sect. Just like you. Even though you're a half-saint, not all half-saints are as strong as you. There's a difference in strength between quasi-emperors as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man grunted before leaving the room. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Bai Xiangyao suddenly asked, "Young Master Yang, did you come here for something?" Yan Yi nodded, and then he withdrew 10 spatial rings and passed them to her. "Look at these. See how much they are worth." Bai Xiangyao asked. "They are your spoils from the Thousand Cranes sect?" Yan Yi nodded. "Will it cause you any trouble?" She shook her head in response. "My cloud merchant group never considers the origins of things that it buys. Please wait a moment. Let me have a look and appraise their value." She moved aside once she finished speaking. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's voice suddenly arose within Yan Yi's mind. "Kid, come out here for a chat." Yan Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he left the room. Bai Xiangyao glanced at Yan Yi, and then she pondered deeply for a moment before starting to inspect the contents of the spatial rings. Outside the room, Yan Yi walked over to the middle-aged man's side and asked, "Senior, do you need something?" The middle-aged man replied, "White Deer Academy can't be saved. Are you interested in joining my Bai clan? Don't worry, so long as you agree, I'll deal with the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect for you." Yan Yi replied with a question. "Will you really accept me?" The middle-aged man remained silent for a short while, and then he smiled. "Indeed. If you abandon White Deer Academy right now, then I would really not dare to accept you. I refuse to foster an ungrateful bastard." At this point, the middle-aged man spoke seriously. "To be honest, White Deer Academy is in a hopeless situation. At the very least, I don't think there's a way to turn the situation around." "So, what is your plan?" Yang Yi replied. "What else? They want to kill me, so I can only kill them," the middle-aged man said. "If the Mo clan really goes all out, then even the White Deer Academy before it split up wouldn't be a match for them." Yan Yi replied with a question. "Senior, do you intend to assist my White Deer Academy? Don't even think about getting me to help." The middle-aged man continued, "My Bai clan won't allow itself to be dragged into the enmity between you and them. I'm just very curious about what your plans are for the future." Yang Yi replied, "I have no plans. I intend to fight to the very end." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. He was about to say something, but Bai Xiangyao walked out from the room. She glanced at them, and then she walked over to Yang Yi. "According to my estimations, the treasures within those 10 spatial rings are worth around 50,000 violet crystals. But if you don't sell them in one go and allow us to auction them off, then it might sell for 60,000 or even 70,000 violet crystals. However, we'll take commission from the sale, and the merchant group should take around 5,000 violet crystals. How can you do business like that?" The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "You revealed everything to him." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't have the time to wait for the auction to be conducted." "Then should I give you 50,000 violet crystals right now?" Bai Xiangyao continued. "But you'll lose quite a bit like that." Yang Yi replied, "It is what it is. In any case, it's still a profit for me." Bai Xiangyao grinned. "This is a huge deal for me. There'll probably be no one who can compete with me in the performance evaluation this year." As she spoke, she turned around and left. It didn't take long for her to return, and then she flicked a spatial ring to Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't even inspect its contents before he said, "Senior Miss Bai, I have many matters to attend to, so I'll be bidding my farewells now." The middle-aged man chuckled. "You can come here if you gain more treasures." "Well, take them all no matter how many you have." Bai Xiangyao glared at the middle-aged man, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "Be careful. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. Bai Xiangyao looked ahead towards the distance while her jet-black brows were knit slightly together, and she seemed to be lost in thought. The middle-aged man suddenly said, "Have you fallen for him?" Bai Xiangyao immediately revealed a wisp of anger on her face, and she said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" She turned around and left once she finished speaking. The middle-aged man instantly heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. If you really fell for that fellow, then I can dream of living in peace throughout my lifetime. That kid's a man, and only the Nether Pavilion or evil faction are able to protect that man. Yang Yi had just returned to the Imperial Cloud Shuttle when Qiu Yuan and Zinan came over to greet him, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Qiu Yuan spoke solemnly. The Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction have started to attack the city. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed. Chapter 1136. On the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Qiu Yuan spoke solemnly. 3 quasi-emperors from the Mo clan and the Law faction's Lilei Guai are attacking White Deer City right now. Besides that, they've gathered a force of almost 500 high-rank saints and over 2,000 ordinary saints. It can be said that besides the Mo clan, the Law faction and Thousand Crane sect have dispatched all their elites. Yang Yi asked. How long can White Deer City hold on for? Qiu Yuan replied. With the Grand Formation, the Dean, and the Vice Dean, it should be able to hold for 4 hours. Will the Academy summon its ancestor once the city is breached? If it comes to that, then it's the moment of life and death for the Academy. Qiu Yuan continued. You might not be aware of it, but a huge price must be paid for an emperor to be summoned to our dimension. Firstly, this dimension is unable to endure the strength of an emperor, so the arrival of an emperor represents the arrival of heavenly wrath. Secondly, the summoning of an emperor requires an extremely huge amount of profound energy. The amount of profound energy required is almost equivalent to the profound energy of everyone within the city. In other words, summoning the ancestor of our academy is equivalent to utilizing the profound energy of everyone in the city in exchange for the arrival of an emperor in our dimension. Qiu Yuan's voice became heavy at this point. Moreover, emperors are able to stay in our dimension for 15 minutes at most. If he's unable to annihilate all our enemies within 15 minutes, then death will truly be awaiting all of us. Because at that time, the members of our academy would probably not have the strength to resist at all. No wonder the Thousand Crane sect didn't dare rashly summon its ancestor, said Yang Yi. If the Thousand Crane sect had summoned its ancestor, then even if the Thousand Crane sect could kill all of them, it might be wiped off the face of the Central Divine Prefecture if another power were to suddenly launch a surprise attack against it at that time. The summoning of a sect's ancestor was equivalent to taking the enemy down with the entire sect. Unless there was no other choice, there was no power which was willing to do that. It was like that for the Thousand Crane sect, and it was the same for White Deer Academy. Qiu Yuan gazed at Yang Yi. What should we do now? Everyone else gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Now we have 2 choices. The one is to leave the Central Divine Prefecture and go somewhere else to preserve the Academy's inheritance. The 2 choice is to kill our way back to the Academy, and well live and die with the Academy. Regardless of whether it's the 1 or 2 choice, they are both in the best interests of the Academy, and there's no difference between the 2. Zinan replied. I naturally intend to go back. Qiu Yuan nodded as well. To be honest, even if that so-called inheritance is preserved, are we going to revive the Academy once it's gone? What a joke! We would probably be hiding all over the world then. Would anyone even want to experience such days? Moreover, the Academy needs us now, so how can we leave at a time like this? Zinan nodded. Exactly. If we are to flee, and the Academy wins, then how are we to face our brother and sisters in the Academy? Return to the Academy. Live and die with the Academy. Right. Well, live and die with the Academy. All of them made their stands clear, and none of them chose to leave the Central Divine Prefecture. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he flicked a spatial ring to Qiu Yuan. There are 50,000 violet crystals there. Distribute them. Suddenly Zinan said, Just distribute 10,000 to everyone here. Yang Yi gazed at Zinan and asked, Why? Zinan tapped the ground lightly with her foot. You should be clearly aware of how many violet crystals this thing consumes. We can't make you pay for all those violet crystals by yourself, right? Besides that, this Imperial Cloud Shuttle isn't just capable of extremely swift speeds, it possesses offensive formations as well. So long as we possess sufficient violet crystals, then it can even fight a quasi-emperor. Of course, the precondition is sufficient violet crystals because at least 1,000 violet crystals are required for every activation of its formations. 1,000 violet crystals! The corners of Yan Ye's eyes twitched slightly. 1,000 violet crystals! This cloud shuttle really burns through money. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, according to what Zinan said, 10,000 will be distributed while the rest will be used to maintain the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Do all of you have any objections to that? None. The others immediately shook their heads. If anyone were to act selfishly at a time like this, then that person would truly be courting death. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Zinan. You control the Cloud Shuttle. Don't hesitate to use the violet crystals if we get into battle. We can just seek compensation from the Dean in the future. Zinan was speechless. Yang Yi turned around and looked towards the distance. He pondered deeply for an instant before he waved his right hand and said, Return to the Academy. Return to the Academy. Everyone here roared in unison. It didn't take long for the Cloud Shuttle to change its direction and shoot off in White Deer City's direction. White Deer City. Bang! 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 At this moment, explosions were resounding incessantly in the sky above White Deer City, and the barrier of light in the sky and the entire city were trembling violently. There were 4 quasi-emperors attacking madly in the sky. Meanwhile, countless cultivators in the city were ceaselessly pouring their profound energy into the barrier of light. Grand formations like this exhausted immense amounts of profound energy, so it couldn't resist the attacks of quasi-emperors without an endless supply of profound energy to maintain its strength. Xiao Bieli had his hands behind his back as he stood on the city wall, and he was looking up into the sky while gloominess and solemnness filled his eyes. Xiao Ling and Su Shirhe were standing by his side. Su Shirhe said, Yan Ye's surprise attack on the Thousand Cranes sect undid their show of strength and grew our morale instead. They dare not continue delaying any more. Xiao Ling spoke abruptly. We might not be able to defend the city. Su Shirhe nodded. The grand formation here is much more inferior to the grand formation of our academy. Why don't we order everyone to retreat Ascension Mountain? We have to defend the city. Xiao Bieli spoke solemnly. This city is our foundation. If we lose it, then not to mention the property we lose, countless people in the city will perish as well. The students of our academy are living people, and the residents of the city are living people too. We can't abandon or give up on one of them. Su Shirhe glanced at Xiao Bieli, and then he said, We have to prepare for the worst. Xiao Bieli replied, The worst-case scenario is summoning one of our ancestors. The corners of Su Shi's eyes twitched. Are we really going to do that? After all, once they summon their ancestor, it would represent a fight to the death. If we don't, then what else can we do? Xiao Bieli looked up at the sky. Have you not realized? The entire Central Divine Prefecture is watching the Mo clan and Thousand Crane sect. They have no way to back down now. If they aren't able to crush us, then the Thousand Crane sect won't be the only laughingstock of the Central Divine Prefecture. The Mo clan would be one as well. As for the Thousand Crane sect, it goes without saying. They'll only be able to wash away the humiliation they've received by crushing us. So, once they enter the city, do you think anyone in the city will be able to survive? Su Shirhe spoke solemnly. But what if we're unable to annihilate them after we summon our ancestor? What would we do then? Xiao Bieli fell silent, and his hands behind his back were slowly clenched tightly. A long time passed before Xiao Bieli spoke. Send a voice transmission to Yang Ye's group and tell them not to return. Tell them to leave the Central Divine Prefecture and go as far away as they can so that we have some hope. Su Shi's face became gloomy, and a short while passed before he nodded and left. After Su Shirhe left, Xiao Ling asked, We can't crush them even after we summon our academy's ancestor to our dimension? We definitely can. Xiao Bieli continued. However, do you think they haven't anticipated that? They've definitely anticipated it, and they've surely prepared for it. You have to realize that while emperors are strong, it doesn't represent that they are invincible. Especially emperors who forcefully descend to this dimension. Their strength will be reduced to a certain extent. Xiaoling said, "Our White Deer Academy has arrived at a moment of life and death just like that." Xiao Bieli looked up at the sky, and a cold glow flashed through his eyes as he watched those quasi-emperors in the sky attack the city's defensive formation. He said, "Don't worry, even if our White Deer Academy is destroyed, it'll make them pay an unbearable price. Especially the Mo clan. Ha! An ancient clan. Let me see how great their reserves are." Suddenly, Su Shurha walked over and said. They didn't reply. Xiao Bieli frowned. Meanwhile, Xiaoling said, "Don't worry about them. They'll be fine with Yang Yi there with them. As for leaving the Central Divine Prefecture, while I don't know what the others will decide, I know that Yang Yi will definitely not leave." Su Shurha nodded with agreement. He was willing to come to the Central Divine Prefecture for Ocean of Clouds Academy, and that's sufficient to display his character. So, he will definitely not abandon the academy. Haha. To be honest, I don't know if I should feel gratified or helpless. I actually hope that he leads those students away. Because so long as they are alive, and especially while Yang Yi is alive, then our academy will still have hope even if it's destroyed today. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the barrier of light in the sky started to crack apart. Mo Tian's voice resounded in the sky. "White Deer Academy, if you surrender and submit to my Mo clan, then you can live. Otherwise, White Deer Academy will cease to exist for today onwards." Xiao Bieli spoke coldly. "Mo Tian, it's already at a time like this, so why play such psychological tactics against us? If you have the ability, then feel free to attack us." I knew you would say that. As soon as Mo Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped his palm down against the barrier of light. Li Leiguai and the other 3 quasi-emperors of the Mo clan hurriedly attacked as well. How terrifying was the joint attacks of 5 quasi-emperors! Even if they had the barrier of light to protect them, everyone in the city still felt like the sky was about to collapse. Bang! The grand formation shattered into pieces. Li Leiguai roaring laughter that was filled with madness resounded in the sky. Ha ha! Xiao Bieli. I, Li Leiguai, told you that I would be back. I didn't lie, right? Mo Tian's voice resounded right after that. Attack! Swoosh! 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 The 1,000+ experts who were standing on guard outside the city immediately shot into the city. Chapter 1137. 5 quasi-emperors, over 500 high-rank saints, and over 1,000 ordinary saints. Even the White Deer Academy before its split would find it difficult to resist such a force, let alone now. The battle hadn't even begun, but their imposing auras caused the cultivators of White Deer City to feel almost suffocated. "Activate the formations!" Xiao Bieli's voice resounded. As soon as Xiao Bieli gave the order, all the cultivators in the city instantly calmed down, and the students who were hidden at the 4 corners of the city immediately formed strange seals. After that, the entire city shook violently. Especially beneath White Deer City, it seemed like something was about to emerge from beneath the ground. It didn't take long for 4 huge pillars of light to shoot up into the sky. Every single one of them contained a huge beast, and there was an azure dragon, a fiery red phoenix, a dark blue tortoise, and a pure white tiger. Even though they were all condensed into form with energy, they seemed like they were material beasts, and the pressure they emanated wasn't inferior to quasi-emperors at all. "The 4-symbol formation!" Li Leiguai cried out involuntarily when he saw the 4 huge beasts. "Xiao Bieli, you've gone mad! You actually utilized the underground veins of White Deer Dimension to condense the 4 divine beasts." The underground veins he spoke of naturally represented the veins of energy beneath the city, and they were equivalent to spirit veins. However, they weren't as good as high-grade spirit veins, but they were part of White Deer City's foundation. Once those underground veins vanished, White Deer City would be completely crippled. because the city would slowly lose its vitality without the presence of those veins, and it would start to repulse spirit energy. Simply speaking, it would be ruined. At that time, it would be absolutely impossible for any geniuses to appear in the city. In other words, even if he could obtain White Deer City, it would be ruined. It's better than allowing everyone in the city to perish. Xiao Bieli glanced coldly at Li Leiguai, and then he said, "Activate all the formations and kill any who enter the city." As soon as Xiao Bieli gave the order, numerous blue circles of light instantly appeared within the city, and then beams of light ceaselessly flickered out from them and shot towards the enemy. At the same time, the 4 divine beasts at the 4 corners of the city roared and howled in unison, and then they shot towards Mo Tian and the other quasi-emperors. "Kill everyone? Xiao Bieli, such high-sounding sentiments. You intend to kill us with just a few lousy formations? You're truly too naive." As soon as Mo Tian finished speaking, the other 3 elders of the Mo clan immediately shot towards the 4 divine beasts. As for Mo Tian and Li Leiguai, they gazed at Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling instead. Both sides had locked onto each other, and if any of them were to make a move, the other would definitely attack. However, both sides didn't attack at this moment. Even though the high-rank saints of White Deer Academy were fewer than the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction, they were still able to resist the 1,500-plus experts they were facing while relying on the formations to assist them in battle. However, it was obvious that White Deer Academy was in a disadvantaged state. Even though the 4 divine beasts were extremely strong, they were still far insufficient to go against 3 quasi-emperors. They were just bodies of energy in the end, and they weren't true divine beasts. As for the students in the city below, while they were able to resist the enemy with the assistance of the various formations, the moment their formations were destroyed would be the moment they lost their lives. There was truly a huge gap in the top-tier strength of both sides to the battle. "Xiao Bieli, I bet you didn't expect that your scholarly faction would suffer such a fate, right?" Li Leiguai laughed coldly as he gazed at Xiao Bieli, and he felt indescribably happy. That day, he and the Law faction had been driven out of White Deer Dimension. Now, his Law faction had returned domineeringly, and he felt happy from being able to vent and take revenge. Xiao Bieli glanced at Li Leiguai and spoke indifferently. "No matter what happens, my scholarly faction will be standing up straight like men. As for your Law faction, both you and your Law faction are just dogs of the Mo clan. I really can't figure out why you feel so complacent from being a dog." Li Leiguai's face fell. By colluding with the Mo clan, had naturally promised the Mo clan some things. Otherwise, the Mo clan would definitely not declare war against White Deer Academy, and it would just force White Deer Academy to hand Yan Yi over and just act against Yan Yi. Because the Mo clan would lose a lot from a war. Just like this very moment, the Mo clan had already lost the quasi-emperor since the war between it and White Deer Academy began. The Mo clan was no fool. Unless there were sufficient benefits, why would it do something that was against its interests? The benefits were naturally what Li Leiguai had promised the Mo clan. Even though he couldn't really accept the terms that had to promise, he felt that any price was worth it if it would allow the Law faction to return to White Deer Dimension and reclaim everything that belonged to it. Li Leiguai laughed coldly. "Xiao Bieli, just save it. I hope you'll still be able to talk so much when you watch all the members of your scholarly faction dying miserably." Xiao Bieli didn't waste his breath further. He just glanced at the surroundings, and then his face instantly fell. Many formations in the surroundings had been destroyed, and many students had been killed. As for the 4 divine beasts, they were growing ethereal before the joint forces of those 3 quasi-emperors from the Mo clan. It seemed like they would vanish completely at any moment. Xiao Bieli slowly clenched his fists. Mo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly while his hands behind his back were clenched tightly as well. As for Li Leiguai, he gazed at Xiao Bieli with a cold smile on his face. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from outside the city, and then a black bear of light shot through the sky and slammed against a quasi-emperor from the Mo clan. The black pillar of light was extremely swift and sudden, that quasi-emperor from the Mo clan didn't even have the time to dodge once he recovered from his shock. He had no choice but to face it head-on. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then he was blasted flying. Everyone looked out of the city, and they saw a huge cloud shuttle had suddenly appeared there. Moreover, a familiar face was standing on it. Yan Yi! Someone cried out involuntarily. It's Yan Yi! For some unknown reason, many of them heaved sighs of relief upon catching sight of Yan Yi, and they couldn't help but reveal a smile. Xiao Bieli revealed a slight smile as well, and Xiaoling said, "See, I told you that kid will come back." "Oh, those little fellows came back with him as well." Xiao Bieli nodded slightly. Even though he hoped that Yan Yi would lead those students away from the Central Divine Prefecture, he felt extremely gratified when he saw Yan Yi and the others. And Mo Tian and Li Leiguai were looking at Yan Yi as well, and both of their faces had turned gloomy upon seeing him. In Li Leiguai's opinion, Yan Yi could be considered as the reason why he and the Law faction had been turned into homeless dogs. So, he wanted to kill Yan Yi even in his dreams. As for Mo Tian, he naturally wanted to kill Yan Yi as well. Yan Yi hadn't just killed Mo Tian, Yan Yi had even killed Emoji right before his eyes. That was a humiliation for both him and the Mo clan. So, that humiliation would follow the Mo clan for eternity unless Yan Yi was killed. Yan Yi glanced at Mo Tian and Li Leiguai, and then he waved his right hand. 100 black-clothed figures shot into the city, and the addition of these 100 high-rank saints instantly alleviated the pressure on the students in the city. Yan Yi's figure shot over to Xiao Bieli, and he nodded slightly to Xiao Bieli before he said, "I'm not too late, right?" Xiao Bieli replied, "Actually, you should have left." Yan Yi said, "I'm unable to do something like that." Xiao Bieli laughed bitterly and said, "Fine. Since you're back, then we'll have a good battle with them. Let me see if our White Deer Academy will be eliminated from the Central Divine Prefecture today." Yan Yi nodded, and then he turned around to look at Li Leiguai and Mo Tian. Meanwhile, Mo Tian spoke abruptly. "Yan Yi, we were waiting for you. You're finally here." Xiao Bieli immediately frowned upon hearing Xiao Tian, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. It was the same for Yan Yi. Mo Tian gazed at them and laughed coldly. "Xiao Bieli. Yan Yi. Did you think that this is the extent of my Mo clan's strength? We're serious this time." As soon as Mo Tian finished speaking, the space beside Mo Tian shook slightly, and then Feng Qingyu and 2 more gray-robed old men appeared here. 3 more quasi-emperors! If the 5 from before were included, the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction had 8 quasi-emperors in total. The faces of everyone in White Deer City turned pale at the sight of this. If it was only 5 quasi-emperors, then they would still have a chance. But if it was 8, how could they possibly fight such a battle? Xiao Bieli clenched his fists while killing intent surged in his eyes. "Looks like your Mo clan really intends to annihilate my White Deer Academy. Did you think my Mo clan was playing with you?" Mo Tian laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Feng Qingyu. "Sect Master Feng, I'll leave Yan Yi to you. It's not a problem, right?" "Of course." Feng Qingyu stared fixedly at Yan Yi. A moment later, she waved her hand, and then the space here warped. After that, Yan Yi vanished on the spot, and when his figure appeared again, both he and Feng Qingyu were within a blue barrier of light in midair. Feng Qingyu gazed ferociously at Yan Yi. "I'm going to skin you alive, pull out your meridians, and then imprison your soul so that you'll experience an eternity of pain." "Right, don't you worry. I'll make that woman of yours, Xiao Yushi, accompany you as well." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Qingyu's figure shot towards Yan Yi. "Attack!" And Mo Tian's voice resounded as well. "Ancestral summoning!" Suddenly, Xiao Bieli's voice resounded, and then a pillar of profound energy shot out from within him and pierced the sky. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by Xiao Bieli's order, but it didn't take long for them to circulate their profound energy before numerous beams of profound energy pierced the sky. The sky dimmed down. It didn't take long for a monstrous wave of pressure to rain down from the sky. You've finally summoned your ancestor? Mo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he turned around and looked towards the distance. It's time for you to act. As soon as Mo Tian spoke, the space there was suddenly split apart, and then a one-armed man in a white robe walked out from within the spatial rift. There was an unsheathed saber hanging on the man's waist. The saber was a little over a meter long, and it seemed like a piece of scrap metal which was covered in rust. The one-armed man disregarded everyone, and he just gazed up calmly into the sky. Xiao Bila's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw the one-armed man, and he spoke with astonishment. You're the Saber Monarch, Yiling Feng. The expressions of the others here changed drastically when they heard Xiao Bieli, and it even included Li Leiguai who stood by Mo Tian's side. The Saber Monarch Yiling Feng. One whose saber left no survivors. The 7th on the martial rankings. Chapter 1138. The top 10 on the martial rankings had always been mysterious. Because most who entered the top 10 of the martial rankings wouldn't stay in the radiant dimension, and they would head to other dimensions to train and temper themselves. Why? Because a world without emperors didn't pose any threat to them. So, how could they improve in a world which wasn't able to pose any threat to them? Thus, once many attained a certain level of strength, they would choose to leave and temper themselves in other dimensions. That was exactly why few were ever able to meet such geniuses. However, everyone throughout the Central Divine Prefecture knew of these monstrous geniuses. Just like the Saber Monarch, Yiling Feng. There were countless legends about him, and the most renowned one was how he had killed an emperor outside the radiant dimension. No one knew if it was true, but rumors didn't just pop out of nowhere. Since such a legend had spread, it proved that even if he hadn't killed an emperor, he had definitely fought one. The ability to fight an emperor was shocking enough. After all, Yiling Feng was just a high-rank saint. The gazes of everyone here had descended upon Yiling Feng. Yiling Feng wore a white robe, and there was a white cape behind him. The striking part about him was his white hair. Of course, the gazes of everyone here wasn't on his hair. It was on his left shoulder instead. Because his sleeve was fluttering with the wind, and it was completely empty. Obviously, had lost his arm. It aroused the curiosity of everyone because those at the Saint Realm could regrow their limbs, but Yiling Feng remained with a single arm. No one knew why. At this moment, none of them were interested in the reason. Yiling Feng's arrival was undoubtedly like adding fuel to the flame for the experts of White Deer City. Because Yiling Feng had been brought here by Mo Tian. What was the relationship between Yiling Feng and the Mo clan? That was the question in all their minds right now. Bang! Suddenly, an expanse of white mist appeared in the sky, and then a pillar of light descended to White Deer City. A violet-robed old man who held a white ruler in his hand descended slowly from within the pillar of light. At the same time, a terrifying aura rained down from above. The entire world trembled before this aura, and many within the city were even forced down on their bellies. Of course, the reason they were in such a state was mainly because they'd used all their profound energy to summon the old man. So, they weren't able to utilize any profound energy to resist the pressure. The aura of an emperor surpassed the aura of the world. But it didn't take long for the aura to vanish, and then everything here returned to calm. After the old man's figure appeared here, Xiao Bieli and all the other students of White Deer Academy immediately bowed to the old man and spoke in unison. Martial Ancestor! Meanwhile, Yiling Feng's right hand held tightly onto the hilt of his saber while he gazed at the old man. As for Mo Tian and the others, they revealed solemn expressions. After all, it was an emperor. Even though they were confident in Yiling Feng, they would be finished if he didn't live up to his reputation. The old man glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended upon Xiao Bieli. Bieli? Xiao Bieli nodded. Martial Uncle Ing. The old man glanced at the surroundings again, and then he said, I never expected our academy to fall to such a state. Xiao Bieli spoke with embarrassment. It was my lack of ability that caused this. The old man shook his head slightly. The academy shouldn't have been divided into the law and scholarly faction. The seeds of this calamity were planted all those years ago, and it just ripened now. Of course, you can't escape blame for the fate of the Academy. Benevolence is a merit of yours, but it's a flaw of yours as well. Xiaobieli bowed slightly and didn't refute it. The old man immediately gazed at Emotian right after that. Is there any chance of reconciliation? Emotian replied. No. The old man nodded, and then he gazed at Yi Lingfeng. Amongst the people here, there are 4 who feel dangerous to me. You're one of them, and your gaze has been locked on me. I presume they brought you here to deal with me. Come, let me see how strong the current geniuses of the radiant dimension are. Yi Lingfeng took a step forward, and then he stretched his right hand forward. Lend me a saber. As soon as he spoke, the sky here dimmed down, and then the spirit energy in a vast area suddenly converged towards him. In just an instant, a saber that was condensed from countless strands of spirit energy had appeared in his grasp. The saber wasn't long, and it was only a little over 1/3 of a meter in length, and its width was shorter than a finger. However, when Yi Lingfeng took it in his grasp, a terrifying aura surged out from within him, and it was like an invisible blade that swept directly at the violet-robed old man. The old man shook the white ruler in his right grasp, and a clear and resounding of a bell swept out from it. Bang! An explosion resounded through the sky. The old man waved his left hand slightly, and then the sky instantly returned to normal. Slash! Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng's voice resounded, and then a snow-white ray of saber energy swept forward. The space before Yi Lingfeng was instantly shattered into bits. At the same time, the spectators were astounded to notice that the saber energy was actually spinning like a top as it shot towards the old man. The space in its path was instantly minced into bits, and even the laws of the Heaven Tao couldn't immediately restore the damaged space. Xiaobieli and the others revealed extremely solemn expressions at the sight of this scene. It wasn't just Xiaobieli who reacted in this way, even Emotian and the other quasi-emperors there revealed solemn expressions as well. Because the might of this attack was something that even they would probably be unable to resist. Just this attack alone told them that Yi Lingfeng's reputation wasn't undeserved. The old man's face was calm as he gazed at the saber energy. When it arrived in front of him, the old man tapped the white ruler forward, and a speck of cold light instantly flashed out from its tip. Bang! The saber energy stabbed against the old man's ruler, and rumbling resounded through the sky. The entire sky was trembling violently, and the space there even cracked apart. Numerous cracks covered the sky, and it was truly a shocking sight to behold. Most importantly, the old man had actually been pushed 5 steps back. Moreover, the saber energy hadn't vanished. It was still pressing down against the old man's ruler. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly twisted the ruler, causing a ray of cold light to instantly explode in the sky. Bang! The saber energy was instantly blasted apart by the cold light, and the sight of this allowed Xiaobieli and the others to instantly heave sighs of relief. However, the shattered pieces of the saber energy suddenly shook in midair, and then they swiftly converged together before the saber energy shot at the old man again. A wisp of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. But his expression remained calm and composed as he swung the ruler forward, and a ray of white light shot forward and slammed against the saber energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the sky again, and then a terrifying wave of energy swept towards the surroundings. The space throughout the entire sky rippled violently in its wake. It didn't take long for the sky to return to calm. The old man gazed at Yi Lingfeng while a trace of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Lingfeng pondered deeply for an instant, and then he stomped his right foot against the space beneath him. His figure shot up into the sky while enveloped by saber energy. Everywhere he passed, space was instantly torn apart. When he was about to reach the old man, Yi Lingfeng raised the saber in his hand and swung it. There was a solemn expression in the old man's eyes, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest as he raised his ruler swiftly to collide with Yi Lingfeng's attack. Bang! The saber and ruler collided, and the entire sky trembled. They split apart as soon as they collided, and then the old man took a few dozen steps back. But just a moment passed before Yiling Feng suddenly appeared before the old man again, and then he swung his saber again. Just like that, Yiling Feng had swung his saber almost 100 times in less than a breath of time. Every single swing of his forced the old man back, and the old man was being pushed further and further back by every single collision. He was completely suppressed. The countenances of everyone from White Deer Academy had turned pale. A long time passed before another huge explosion resounded, and then the old man moved almost 300 m back. This time, Yiling Feng didn't attack again. He just moved aside and said, "There's no enmity between us, so I won't kill you." As soon as Yiling Feng finished speaking, jet black clouds covered the sky, and then a huge eye appeared in the sky. The eye had locked onto the violet-robed old man. It was the eye of the Heaven Tao. The old man took a deep breath, and his gaze descended onto Yiling Feng as he said, "Good! Very good!" As soon as he spoke, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Once he finished speaking, he gazed at Xiaobieli and the others. "I must leave, or the Heaven's wrath will destroy the Academy. While I'm leaving, the Academy still has a chance to survive." As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Yi, who was engaged in fierce battle with Feng Qingyu, and then he glanced at a certain area in the sky. After that, he immediately vanished on the spot. Once the old man left, Yiling Feng relaxed his grip, and the saber in his grasp instantly transformed into spirit energy that dispersed into the surroundings. After that, he turned around to gaze at Mo Tian. "From this moment onwards, I don't owe your Mo clan anything." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and vanished on the spot. All the students of White Deer Academy had despair on their faces. At this moment, their spirit energy was exhausted. In other words, they didn't have the strength to fight anymore. So, how could they resist the experts of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction? Xiaobieli's face was covered in despair as well, and his eyes were deathly still. Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily, "The Eye of the Heaven Tao hasn't left!" Everyone looked up and noticed that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was actually still in the sky, and it caused them to be stunned. The Emperor has left, so why hasn't the Eye of the Heaven Tao left? Mo Tian and the others were stunned as well. Logically speaking, it should have left. Why is it still here? Suddenly, the Eye of the Heaven Tao gazed at Yang Yi and Feng Qingyu. A moment later, a bolt of black divine lightning shot out from within it, and it descended towards Yang Yi and Feng Qingyu, who were in fierce battle. Everyone here was stunned once more by the sight of this. What's the Eye of the Heaven Tao doing? Why is it attacking Yang Yi and Feng Qingyu? Feng Qingyu was stunned when the Eye of the Heaven Tao locked onto her, and then her face became extremely unsightly, as if a pile of shit had been stuffed into her mouth. Chapter 1139. The reason Feng Qingyu had an unsightly expression on her face was because she noticed that the Eye of the Heaven Tao had locked on to her. The black bolt of divine lightning wasn't a huge threat to her. After all, she was a quasi-emperor. But she didn't understand why the Eye of the Heaven Tao attacked her. She felt that she had never done anything that defied the heavens. Feng Qingyu didn't have the time to think. She immediately waved her hand about, and the multicolored ribbon in her grasp shot up into the sky towards the bolt of divine lightning. Yang Yi, who was about to attack, had instantly stopped when he saw her attack the divine lightning, and he gazed at Feng Qingyu with disbelief. He naturally knew why the Eye of the Heaven Tao hadn't left. Wasn't it obvious? It was definitely because the Eye of the Heaven Tao had sensed his aura. He could be said to be old enemies with the Heaven Tao in the Radiant Dimension, so how could it possibly just leave upon noticing his presence? But he hadn't expected that Feng Qingyu would actually attack the divine lightning. Is she actually that kind to help me stop the divine lightning? But it didn't take long for Yang Yi to figure it out. Feng Qingyu was in combat with him, and they were extremely close. So, when the Eye of the Heaven Tao targeted him, it had definitely unconsciously included Feng Qingyu as well. After that, Feng Qingyu would have thought that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting her. After all, how could anyone consider that the Eye of the Heaven Tao would target a half-saint? A slight smile arose on the corners of Yan Ye's mouth when he thought up to this point, and he moved backwards slightly. However, he didn't go too far or seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Because it wasn't a suitable moment. Even though Feng Qingyu was fighting against the Eye of the Heaven Dao, Yan Yi knew that she was vigilant against him at all times. It wasn't just Feng Qingyu, Mo Tian and the others' aura were locked onto him as well, and they would definitely attack him if he tried to attack Feng Qingyu. In any case, a surprise attack wouldn't work. So, he just moved aside and watched Feng Qingyu fight the Eye of the Heaven Dao in single combat. Bang! The black bolt of divine lightning was obliterated by a single attack from Feng Qingyu. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Heaven Dao seemed to be furious, and it directly locked onto Feng Qingyu before another bolt of black divine lightning shot out from it. This time, the divine lightning was more than 5 times larger than before, and it was many times stronger as well. Feng Qingyu's pupils constricted slightly at the sight of this, and her eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. What's wrong with the Eye of the Heaven Dao? It wasn't just her, everyone else in the surroundings was looking at the Eye of the Heaven Dao with bewilderment. However, it didn't take long for them to gaze at Feng Qingyu, and even Mo Tian's group was looking at her. What crimes has she committed to actually make the Eye of the Heaven Dao target her? That was what everyone including Mo Tian's group thought. Because the Eye of the Heaven Dao usually didn't target someone for no reason. At the very least, they'd never heard of the Eye of the Heaven Dao targeting someone for no reason. Mo Tian and the others had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Because the Eye of the Heaven Dao was targeting Feng Qingyu, so how could they crush White Deer Academy now? Of course, they could disregard Feng Qingyu. However, if the Eye of the Heaven Dao couldn't kill Feng Qingyu, then the situation would definitely grow even more severe. At that time, the entire White Deer dimension would be affected. The thing which he was worried about the most was that if attacking White Deer Academy would draw the attention of the Eye of the Heaven Dao. At that time, they would truly be in trouble. Because of the actions of the Eye of the Heaven Dao, the irreconcilable battle between them had suddenly stopped. Both sides were looking at Feng Qingyu and the Eye of the Heaven Dao instead. No one dared to attack until the Eye of the Heaven Dao left. Bang! 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 They watched as Feng Qingyu obliterated numerous bolts of black divine lightning in succession. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu's expression grew more and more unsightly. Because even until now, she still didn't know why the Eye of the Heaven Dao was targeting her. Meanwhile, Mo Tian couldn't help but ask, "Sect Master Feng, what exactly have you done to actually make the Eye of the Heaven Dao target you?" Feng Qingyu spoke with a gloomy expression on her face. "I'd like to know the answer to that as well. Have you really not done anything that would incur heaven's wrath?" Mo Tian was quite doubtful. Indeed, if Feng Qingyu hadn't done anything which defied the heavens, then how could the Eye of the Heaven Dao have possibly targeted her? After all, the Eye of the Heaven Dao wasn't one to attack for no reason. Because the radiant dimension would have fallen into chaos if the Eye of the Heaven Dao acted as it pleased. Feng Qingyu was furious. "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not." Mo Tian's face fell. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Sect Master Feng, can you lead the Eye of the Heaven Dao away?" Presently, the army in White Deer City was weak. Thus, so long as the Eye of the Heaven Dao left, then they wouldn't have to use much strength to crush White Deer Academy. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Mo Tian. Because if Feng Qingyu left, then he felt that the Eye of the Heaven Dao would definitely abandon her and target him. He was very confident in that outcome. Because Feng Qingyu could only be considered to have infuriated the Eye of the Heaven Dao, but he was a sinner of this dimension. No one knew about it because of the black scarf that lady had given him, but he was certain that the Eye of the Heaven Dao was definitely aware. Or perhaps, his presence made the Eye of the Heaven Dao feel extremely displeased. Feng Qingyu pondered deeply for an instant, and then she nodded. Even though she was really annoyed, she knew that she had to consider the overall situation here. Moreover, her desire for White Deer Academy's destruction was greater than Mo Tian. Feng Qingyu didn't hesitate a moment longer, and she shot towards the distance. Meanwhile, Yan Ye's figure suddenly shot off behind her. After all, the Eye of the Heaven Tao would definitely abandon her if he didn't go with her. However, Li Leiguai suddenly obstructed Yan Ye's path and said, "Yan Yi, you should just be good and stay here." They wouldn't naturally not allow Yan Yi to leave. Regardless of whether it was the Mo clan, the Law faction, or the Thousand Crane sect, they had another main objective besides destroying White Deer Academy, and it was to kill Yan Yi. Yan Yi glanced at Li Leiguai, and then he shrugged. "Then he'll stay here." Li Leiguai laughed coldly. "Yan Yi, have you thought about how you intend to let it end? If you haven't, then allow me. Don't worry, I've thought of a few thousand ways to kill you, and it'll definitely satisfy you." Yan Yi wasn't interested in wasting his breath on Li Leiguai. He just glanced at the surroundings and tightened his grip on the ancient sheath. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu had arrived over 20 kilometers away, and then Eye of the Heaven Tao pursued her there. Mo Tian and the others heaved slight sighs of relief when they saw it leave with her. But they were just about to attack when they noticed to their astonishment that the Eye of the Heaven Tao had suddenly come back. It had come back. Everyone here was stunned. Even Feng Qingyu was stunned. What exactly is it doing? Mo Tian and the others here gazed at the Eye of the Heaven Tao as well. What exactly is it trying to do? Or perhaps it has really gone mad and is doing as it pleases? Meanwhile, the Eye of the Heaven Tao suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and Li Leiguai. Everyone here was stunned again when they witnessed this scene. It's going to target Li Leiguai now. Li Leiguai? Li Leiguai was quite stunned as well. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is actually targeting me? Mo Tian's brows were pressed tightly together, and he glanced at Li Leiguai with bewilderment. Did that bastard do something that defied the heavens as well? No one had considered that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting Yang Yi. Why? Because Yang Yi was only a half-saint. No one felt that it would target a half-saint. Normally, only existences at the saint realm, or quasi-emperors would draw the attention of the Eye of the Heaven Tao, because only such experts were a threat to it. As for those below the saint realm, wouldn't the Eye of the Heaven Tao be too weak if even half-saints were a threat to it? Because of Yan Ye's cultivation, everyone here had unconsciously overlooked him. Bang! A bolt of pitch-black divine lightning suddenly shot out from the Eye of the Heaven Tao. As expected, it shot down straight at Yang Yi and Li Leiguai. This time, it was over 500 m thick, and a terrifying wave of pressure rained down alongside it. It was the pressure from the true might of the heavens and the earth. While it wasn't as strong as the aura of an emperor, it was still extremely terrifying. Li Leigui's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and he gazed at the Eye of the Heaven Tao and roared furiously. "What's wrong with you?" Even though he was cursing, he didn't dare act carelessly. He immediately slapped his palm upwards, and an energy palm flashed up and slammed against the divine lightning. Bang! The energy palm and divine lightning collided, and then a loud explosion resounded through the sky. However, only a moment passed before another bolt of lightning which was even larger than the previous one appeared in the sky. This time, its target was still Li Leiguai. Li Leigui's expression grew extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. "Everyone! See that?" Suddenly, Yan Yi pointed at Li Leiguai and roared furiously. "See that? The Heaven Tao refuses to tolerate their attack on our White Deer Academy, and that's why heavenly wrath has descended to punish them." Everyone here was stunned, especially the members of White Deer Academy. They blinked their eyes as they gazed at the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Do the heavens really refuse to tolerate their attack on our academy? Is the Heaven Tao here to help us? Even though many were still bewildered, even more believed it. So, some immediately roared. "The Heaven Tao doesn't allow it! Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction. Your attack on our academy is in defiance of the heavens. Quickly surrender yourselves! Defiance of the heavens! Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, Law faction. Do you see that? Even the heavens can't bear to watch what all of you are doing. You're defying the heavens. You'll be obliterated if you don't surrender right now." Xiao Bieli gazed at the eye of the heaven Dao as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Has the eye of the heaven Dao really come to help my academy? As for the experts from the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction, they exchanged glances with each other. Besides shock, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. After all, they didn't dare to act in defiance of the heavens. Yan Yi! That's bullshit! Meanwhile, Mo Tian roared furiously. Defiance of the heavens? How laughable! What do you think White Deer Academy is? Why would the Heaven Dao assist it? You think too highly of White Deer Academy. Yan Yi laughed coldly. You don't believe it? Then how about I prove it? Go on. Prove it. If you can't prove it, then I'll kill you myself. Mo Tian spoke fiercely. He naturally didn't believe Yang Yi's nonsense. As far as he was concerned, everything Yang Yi said was bullshit. Yang Yi's figure flashed over to Mo Tian, and then he pointed at Mo Tian and spoke furiously. He's the main culprit! Heavens! Smite him! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, the eye of the heaven Dao suddenly released another bolt of black divine lightning, and then the eyes of everyone in the surroundings opened wide. Because the bolt of divine lightning actually wasn't shot at Li Leiguai, and it was descending towards Mo Tian instead. Everyone here was at a loss for words. Mo Tian's eyes were opened wide as well, and even his mouth was opened wide while disbelief and a trace of bewilderment could be seen in his eyes. Chapter 1140. It wasn't just Mo Tian who had such a reaction. At this moment, all the experts from the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction were looking at the eye of the heaven Dao with disbelief. Are our actions really in defiance of the heavens? It's not tolerated by the heavens? At this moment, such thoughts which they felt were quite absurd had appeared in their minds. Why did they feel that it was quite absurd? Because what was White Deer Academy? It was nothing. So, how could the eye of the heaven Dao step forward for it, and even send down its wrath for White Deer Academy? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. If White Deer Academy was protected by the heaven Dao, then would anyone in the Central Divine Prefecture dare to act against it? But how could that be possible? How could the eye of the heaven Dao possible protect White Deer Academy? What made White Deer Academy so special? All of them refused to believe that they were acting in defiance of the heavens, and they refused to believe that the eye of the heaven Dao would protect White Deer Academy. However, the facts of the situation were that the eye of the heaven Dao had actually attacked Mo Tian. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly shot a glance at Xiao Bieli and the others. Xiao Bieli was slightly stunned, and then he immediately came to an understanding. He immediately ordered everyone from White Deer Academy to consume violet crystals and recover their profound energy. Even though they didn't have enough time, it was better than having no profound energy at all and being at the mercy of others. Yan Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he suddenly pointed at the experts from the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction. He roared furiously. See that? Your actions are in defiance of the heavens, and it isn't tolerated by the heavens. Now, if you quickly put down your weapons and surrender, then perhaps you'll still have a chance to survive. If you resist the heaven Dao, then you should know what the consequences of that are, right? He was naturally not foolish enough to think that just this would be enough to trick Mo Tian and the others. The important matter at hand was to try his best to delay them and buy time for White Deer Academy. Resist the heaven Dao? Their expressions changed when they heard Yang Yi. Even though countless people throughout the spirit dimension were constantly shouting about defying the heavens, how many actually dared to do so? After all, if one acted in defiance of the heavens, then one didn't just have to face the eye of the heaven Dao, one had to face the guardians of the radiant dimension. The guardians! Not to mention the Mo clan, even the Nether Pavilion, the evil faction, and the other extraordinary powers which remained in hiding didn't dare to rashly offend the guardians of the radiant dimension. At this moment, fear had arisen in the hearts of many. Meanwhile, Mo Tian was fighting against the eye of the heaven Dao. But the expression on his face was just like the expression Feng Qingyu and Li Leiguai had earlier. His face was covered in disbelief, extreme disbelief. Why would the Eye of the Heaven Tao target me? Why? Why would it? At this moment, Mo Tian and the others on his side weren't able to figure it out. Kill! Suddenly, Yan Yi issued a command in his heart, and the sword servants at the high rank of the Saint Realm immediately charged at the enemy, while Yan Yi followed closely behind Mo Tian. In Yang Ye's opinion, this moment was the best moment to act. Because the morale of the Mo clan, the Thousand Crane sect, and the Law faction's experts were at rock bottom, and they were completely muddled. So, attacking now would yield twice the results. As soon as Yang Yi launched the attack, Zinan and the others who were on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle immediately attacked as well. However, they didn't charge into the city, and they utilized the formations on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle instead. Beam after beam shot out from the Cloud Shuttle towards the experts of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction that were attacking the city. The experts of the Academy didn't stand by idly as well, and those who could still fight immediately attacked as well. The battle erupted once more. Perhaps it was because of the Eye of the Heaven Tao, but the imposing aura of the absolutely weaker side, White Deer Academy, was actually much stronger than the aura emanated by the forces from the Thousand Crane sect, Mo clan, and Law faction. At this moment, an endless will to fight surged within their hearts. Because the Eye of the Heaven Tao was on their side, and the experts of the Mo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect were acting in defiance of the heaven's will. So, White Deer Academy was upholding justice on behalf of the heavens by killing them. Uphold justice for the heavens! Countless students roared in unison. The morale of the experts from the Mo clan and the other powers immediately weakened further when they heard those words. As far as they were concerned, the Eye of the Heaven Tao in the sky was here to kill them. So, not only was their aura weaker when they fought, they were worried and vigilant against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Meanwhile, the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan intended to join the battle. But Yang Yi suddenly appeared before one of them, and then he pointed at that quasi-emperor. He's one of the accomplices, smite him! That quasi-emperor was slightly shocked. A moment later, a bolt of pitch-black divine lightning descended towards him and Yang Yi. Even with his level of mental strength, he couldn't help but be horrified when he witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes as he gazed at the descending divine lightning. Are we really acting in defiance of the heavens? Even though he was bewildered, he wouldn't just stand there like a fool and wait for death to arrive. So, he attacked decisively. When he saw the quasi-emperor attack and offend the Eye of the Heaven Tao, Yang Yi paid no further attention to that quasi-emperor. He ran over to another quasi-emperor instead, and then he pointed at that quasi-emperor. This fellow is an accomplice as well. Quickly smite him! Fucking smite him to death! As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, another bolt of pitch-black divine lightning descended. At this moment, the eyes of many students from White Deer Academy were filled with admiration as they gazed at Yang Yi. After all, the Eye of the Heaven Tao struck anyone who Yang Yi pointed at. That was absolutely awe-inspiring. Yang Yi was absolutely striking right now. Because wherever he went and whoever he pointed at, the Eye of the Heaven Tao would strike that person. So, the quasi-emperors here were quite afraid of him. Of course, they were even more bewildered about why the Eye of the Heaven Tao struck anyone that Yang Yi pointed at. The slaughter was still going on in the surroundings. Yang Yi had practically kept all the quasi-emperors busy on his own. At this moment, he was constantly running around between the quasi-emperors. Moreover, the Eye of the Heaven Tao seemed to have grown furious, and the divine lightning it shot down was growing thicker and quicker. So, the area around Yang Yi and those quasi-emperors was practically filled with lightning. In the end, the Eye of the Heaven Tao was practically attacking everyone in that area. Mo Tian and the others were being kept busy by the Eye of the Heaven Tao because of Yang Yi. As for the experts from the Mo clan, Law faction, and the Thousand Crane sect, they were suffering heavy losses from the attacks from beam cannons on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. So, a strange scene had appeared here. It was clearly White Deer Academy's forces that were weak and on the verge of defeat, but they were completely suppressing the experts of the Mo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect. Moreover, They grew stronger and excited as the battle progressed. It was like the experts from the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction were the army that was weak and on the verge of defeat instead. Kill Yang Yi first! Meanwhile, Mo Tian's furious voice suddenly resounded. He was already feeling extremely aggrieved by the fact that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting him, yet he had also had to watch Yang Yi move about freely. The most aggrieving part was that the Eye of the Heaven Tao struck anyone that Yang Yi pointed at. Even though he didn't understand why, he knew that he had to get rid of Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi was acting too haughtily. As soon as they heard Mo Tian, the experts of the Mo clan didn't show a trace of hesitation. They immediately destroyed the divine lightning that was descending towards them, and then they attacked Yang Yi right away. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this. He couldn't resist the joint forces of 8 quasi-emperors. But he couldn't run as well. Because he would be exposed as soon as he did that. After all, the Eye of the Heaven Tao would definitely follow him. So, he could only go head-on against them. But how could he go head-on against 8 quasi-emperors? Right when Yang Yi was about to utilize stellar energy to go head-on against them, Xiao Bieli suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Mo Tian and the others' expressions instantly changed when they saw Xiao Bieli, and they immediately stopped. If they were to fight a quasi-emperor now, then it wouldn't just be black divine lightning but violet divine lightning that descended towards them. Once violet divine lightning descended, then they would all be finished. Fighting a quasi-emperor wouldn't be a problem at any other time, but the Eye of the Heaven Tao was right above them now. Moreover, it seemed like it had gone mad, so they didn't dare risk it because it might just go crazy and send down a rain of violet divine lightning. After all, even emperors couldn't resist violet divine lightning. Bang! 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 Pitch black divine lightning was descending incessantly from the sky, an endless pressure of the heavens, and the earth was raining down as well. The entire white deer dimension was trembling before it. At this moment, countless powers and experts throughout the central divine prefecture were watching white deer dimension. They were curious. All of them were curious about why the Eye of the Heaven Tao was there, and why it was attacking Mo Tian's group. As for the experts of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction, they grew even more aggrieved. Because even until now, they still didn't know how exactly they defended the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Fools! Suddenly, a furious shout resounded in the sky, and then a hand which blotted out the sky swept through the air. In next to no time, all the descending black divine lightning were obliterated. In next to no time, a middle-aged man in a dark golden robe had appeared in the sky. Patriarch? Mo Tian and the other experts of the Mo clan were shocked when they saw the middle-aged man, and then they hurriedly bowed to him. Even Mo Tian was no exception. As for Xiao Bieli, his face was unsightly. Mo Qingfeng, the Mo clan's patriarch. Mo Qingfeng's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then he said, "Everyone retreat!" How could the experts of the Mo clan dare to disobey him? So, they immediately moved aside. Yang Yi intended to go after them, but Mo Qingfeng suddenly stretched out his hand and clawed at Yang Yi. The space around Yang Yi instantly started to compact upon itself in layers, and it trapped Yang Yi there. Meanwhile, Mo Qingfeng's figure flashed over to the side. Rumble! Countless bolts of divine lightning rained down from above. This time, everyone was stunned on the spot again. Because those bolts of pitch-black divine lightning were descending towards Yang Yi. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is targeting Yang Yi. At this moment, everyone finally came to an understanding. Pooh! Pooh! After they understood what had happened, Mo Tian and the other quasi-emperors were instantly infuriated to the point of spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 1141. The grievance and hatred that Mo Tian and the others felt right now was simply impossible to describe with words. From the very beginning, the Eye of the Heaven Tao had been targeting Yang Yi and not them. The divine lightning had only enveloped them within its scope of attack because they were very close to Yang Yi. That had been the reason why they'd mistakenly thought that the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting them, and had stopped the divine lightning from descending. The result of that was that the Eye of the Heaven Tao became infuriated by their actions, and started targeting them as well. At this moment, many naturally understood why the Eye of the Heaven Tao had struck anyone that Yang Yi pointed at. It wasn't because Head pointed at them, it was because he was there, and the Eye of the Heaven Tao would strike the place he stood. After all, the Eye of the Heaven Tao was targeting Yang Yi, yet they'd stopped the divine lightning from descending. As far as the Eye of the Heaven Tao was concerned, they were naturally accomplices of Yang Yi's. Moreover, besides obstructing heavenly wrath, it was a form of offense towards the Eye of the Heaven Tao. So, it would naturally attack them. In other words, they had been helping Yang Yi stop the wrath of the heavens from the very beginning. When they thought up to this point, Mo Tian, Feng Qingyu, Li Leiguai, and the other quasi-emperors seemed so unsightly it was like they'd been forced to eat 10 kilograms of shit. Stupid! They'd been truly stupid! At this moment, even they couldn't help but curse at themselves. After all, 8 dignified quasi-emperors had actually been played by a half-saint. So, weren't they stupid? Mo Tian and the others immediately gazed at Yang Yi. If their gazes could kill, then Yang Yi would have been transformed into ash by now. When they saw the divine lightning descending towards Yang Yi, Xiao Bieli and the others were utterly stunned. They never imagined that the Eye of the Heaven Tao would actually target Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi was just a half-saint. So, why was the Eye of the Heaven Tao targeting him? Yang Yi's gaze was calm as he watched the divine lightning rain down towards him. Had fought the Eye of the Heaven Tao on so many occasions, so he was used to it. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up from within him, and the compacted space around him was instantly blasted apart. However, it was repaired in an instant. Yang Yi's palm moved slightly as a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp. A moment later, countless strands of blood-red sword energy shot up into the sky towards those bolts of divine lightning. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded in the sky, and it didn't take long for the black divine lightning and blood-red sword energy to disperse in the air. Yang Yi paid no attention to the Eye of the Heavens Tao, and he gazed at Xi-Nan, who was standing on the Imperial Cloud Shuttle instead. He pointed his sword at the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan and said, "Blast them! Blast them with everything you have! Use all the violet crystals and attack them with everything! Ask the Dean to compensate you once the battle is over!" As he spoke, Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Bieli and said, "Old man Xiao, can you keep that fellow busy?" Xiao Bieli looked up at Mo Qifeng, and then he said, "I have to do it no matter what." As he spoke, his figure shot up into the air towards Mo Qifeng. Meanwhile, Xiaoling glanced at Xiao Bieli, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Senior Xiaoling, you go and help the Dean. I can deal with the enemies here." Xiaoling gazed at Yang Yi. "Really? I won't do something that is beyond my ability." Yang Yi continued, "Quickly head over and help him. He's injured, so he'll definitely not be a match for the Mo clan's patriarch while he's on his own. Be careful." As soon as Xiaoling finished speaking, her figure flashed into the sky. It didn't take long for rumbling to resound from high above. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded once more in the sky. "Students of White Deer Academy, hear me! All of you who can still fight, activate the formations right now! Attack all of the remaining high-rank saints with everything you have! Hit them with everything you've got! Don't care about your violet crystals, just get the Dean to compensate you after the battle is over. As for those without the strength to fight, retreat to Ascension Mountain and recover your profound energy. Do it right now!" As soon as they heard Yang Yi, they didn't hesitate to do as had said. Those who could still fight immediately activated the formations to resist the remaining high-rank saints of the Mo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sect. Because many had been slaughtered by them just now during the confusion. Besides that, there were those 100 high-rank Saint Realm Sword servants of Yang Yi's. No, there were actually only a little over 70 left. No matter what, the pressure those students faced was comparatively lighter now. The Eye of the Heaven Tao was still sending down divine lightning without end. But they didn't pose much of a threat to Yang Yi. At the very most, they were just extremely troublesome. Of course, that was only temporary. Because their might was increasing successively, and even he would find them difficult to resist in a while. Emo Tian ridiculed. Yang Yi! What? You intend to fight 6 of us quasi-emperors by yourself? The reason it was 6 was that 2 had been forcefully locked in combat with the Imperial Cloud Shuttle. Of course, Zinan and the others were in pain because they were using violet crystals to accomplish that. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he shouted loudly. Save me! Save you? The corners of Emo Tian and the others' mouths twitched when they heard Yang Yi. He's calling for help? Has he gone mad? Zinan and the other students heard Yang Yi as well, and they almost fell straight to the ground. He's calling for help? They'd thought that Yang Yi definitely had some sort of trump card, but they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually call for help. Would anyone help White Deer Academy at a time like this? Emo Tian and the others' faces were covered in ridicule. Yang Yi, I really admire your intelligence. Go on, shout a few more times. Let me see who will come to see you. Let me see who would dare to save you. Yang Yi shrugged and said, Give me a little face and show yourself. No one appeared. The ridicule on Emo Tian and the others' faces grew clearer. Meanwhile, Emo Tian said, Yang Yi, I thought you were an extraordinary figure, but now it would seem like you're just a clown. No one will come to save White Deer Academy, and no one would dare to do so as well. Would anyone in the Central Divine Prefecture dare to not give my Emo clan face? Is that due? Suddenly, a female voice resounded, and then 2 women appeared here. One of them wore linen clothes, had bare feet, and had a pitch-black iron chain coiled around her. The other wore a pure white dress, seemed gentle and quiet, and had a fox in her arms. Emo Tian and the others frowned upon seeing these women, and there was a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. The members of the Nether Pavilion were elusive, and rare showed themselves in public. So, it wasn't surprising that Emo Tian's group didn't recognize Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he saw them. Had sensed Nether Maiden's aura, but he hadn't expected that Oblivion Maiden would have come as well. Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it, and he seized the moment, while his blood-red sword energy shot into the air to flash over to their side. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Nether Maiden, and then he grinned. Long time no see. After that, he gazed at Oblivion Maiden. Tisk tsk. How quick! You're already a mid-grade saint. It seemed like both of them were extremely good friends. Oblivion Maiden raised her head to glance at Yang Yi, and then she lowered her head and petted the fox in her arms. Had been ignored. Yang Yi didn't feel embarrassed at all, and he just smiled before pulling Nether Maiden aside. What's she doing here? He wasn't really surprised that Nether Maiden was here. After all, she would have definitely been aware of it after he caused such a huge commotion in the Central Divine Prefecture, and based on her character, she would have definitely come. He wasn't trying to flatter himself because he would definitely head over immediately if Nether Maiden was in trouble. In his heart, she was his friend, and he believed that she thought the same of him. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, Do you think that it's possible to turn this situation around with just my strength? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were 8 quasi-emperors here. If Nether Maiden had come alone, then it really wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, there were too many enemies. Yang Yi laughed with embarrassment and said, Why is she helping you? After all, he hadn't forgotten that had almost taken Oblivion Maiden down with him that day. Even if she didn't hold a grudge against him, she wouldn't come to help him. Nether Maiden spoke indifferently. She owes me a favor, so she's repaying it now. Yang Yi asked, Does the Nether Pavilion know that you're here? Nether Maiden shook her head lightly. Yang Yi was quite worried about it. Would they punish you for interfering in this matter? Nether Maiden glanced at him and said, No one will. Yang Yi was about to say something. Meanwhile, Emo Tian spoke abruptly. May I know who you are? He was no fool. Since they dared to come here, it proved that they weren't afraid of his Emo clan at all. Or perhaps they possessed the strength to be here. Nether Maiden paid no attention to Mo Tian, and she just gazed at Yang Yi. You should just join us once this is over. Yang Yi was stunned. Why? Forget it. It's better if you don't. Nether Maiden continued. We probably won't have any peace if you do. Since she met Yang Yi, his trouble had been never-ending. Moreover, the trouble he faced constantly grew greater and greater. Actually, she really wanted to ask him how he'd been able to survive until now. After all, while the members of her nether pavilions were considered to be extremely arrogant, they really kept quite a low profile when compared to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was speechless. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head slightly, and then he said, Just accept your fate. It's your fault for being friends with me. The corners of Nether Maiden's mouth twitched, and then she gazed at him and said, Your skin hasn't just grown thicker in these years, you've learned to be shameless as well. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Enough. Meanwhile, Mo Tian suddenly roared with fury. No matter who you are or what your background is, seize the moment before I change my mind to fuck off right now. Otherwise, it'll make living worse than death for you. As Mo Tian roared with fury, the fox in Oblivion Maiden's arms suddenly moved a little. Oblivion Maiden hurriedly patted the fox when she witnessed this scene, and it took quite a while before the fox finally calmed down and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden suddenly looked up at Mo Tian, and her gaze was icy cold. There was ridicule on the corners of Mo Tian's mouth as he gazed at her. After all, she was just a mid-grade saint, and he could take on 100 experts at that realm of cultivation. Bang! Meanwhile, a bolt of black divine lightning which was almost 1 kilometer long descended from the sky, and it immediately descended towards Yang Yi's position. Oblivion Maiden suddenly looked up at the divine lightning, and then it actually started to disintegrate bit by bit under her gaze. In less than a breath of time, the bolt of divine lightning had been completely disintegrated. The expressions of all the others here changed drastically at the sight of this. As for Mo Tian, had even thought of something, and his face had instantly turned ghastly pale. He pointed a finger at Oblivion Maiden and spoke with a trembling tone. You're one of the Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion! Chapter 1142. The Nether Pavilion. The weight that name carried wasn't light at all, and it could be said to be very heavy. At the very least, besides the guardians of the radiant dimension, there was no other power that dared to openly offend the Nether Pavilion. Even the evil faction and those extraordinary powers that stayed hidden didn't dare to openly go against the Nether Pavilion. As for the 4 great clans, unless all 4 of them joined forces, they didn't dare rashly offend that mysterious power as well. No one knew who the Pavilion Master of the Nether Pavilion was, and no one knew how strong the Pavilion Master was. However, they knew how strong its Hall Masters were. The Nether Pavilion had 10 halls, and every hall represented a Hall Master. Every one of these Hall Masters was an extremely heaven-defying genius. Even though those Hall Masters hadn't ranked themselves on the martial rankings, no one dared to doubt their strength. Some had even estimated that if the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion tried to ascend the martial rankings, then at least 5 out of the top 10 positions would belong to them. There were even some who estimated that the Nether Pavilion's strength could actually compare to a titanium rank power. But it was just an estimation because there was just one titanium rank power in the Radiant Dimension, and it was the Guardians of the Dimension. Even then, it was obvious how terrifying the Nether Pavilion's strength was. Once they realized that Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden were from the Nether Pavilion, Mo Tian and the others had turned pale, and their voice even trembled. As quasi-emperors, they definitely possessed sufficient courage and mental strength. However, only those at their level would know how terrifying the Nether Pavilion was. The strength of every single Hall Master definitely far surpassed quasi-emperors. It was even to the extent that they could compare to emperors. Perhaps, there were even those who were more terrifying than emperors. How does he know the Nether Pavilion? Mo Tian and the others' faces were unsightly to the extreme. No one dared to attack. The experts of the Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction had stopped attacking. Because they didn't dare to continue fighting until they figured out what was going on. Because they were afraid that it would make them enter into battle with the Nether Pavilion. Even though the Mo clan was confident and cared about its honor, it wasn't stupid. If it fought the Nether Pavilion, then White Deer Academy's fate was the best example of their future. Since the Mo clan, Law faction, and Thousand Crane sex experts had stopped attacking, the students of White Deer Academy stopped as well. But they didn't waste their time, and they withdrew violet crystals and started to recover their profound energy. After all, time was the most precious to them right now. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, Mo Qingfeng, Xiao Bieli, and Xiao Ling appeared in the sky. Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling's faces were pale as a sheet, and there was a striking trace of blood on the corner of their mouths. Obviously, they'd lost. After all, they'd exhausted too much of their profound energy to summon that Emperor of White Deer Academy. So, how could they be a match for Mo Qifeng, who was still in his prime right now? Mo Qifeng paid no attention to Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling. His gaze descended onto Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden, and he gazed at them for a short while before he said, "There isn't any enmity between my Mo clan and the Nether Pavilion, right?" Nether Maiden replied, "There is none." Mo Qingfeng said, "Then why are you interfering in this? Could it be that it isn't Nether Pavilion's intention, and you're just representing yourselves?" Nether Maiden replied with a question. "Why don't you give it a guess?" Mo Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly while he slowly clenched his hands that were kept behind his back. A short while passed before he said, "There has never been enmity between my Mo clan and the Nether Pavilion, and my Mo clan has never done anything that has offended the Nether Pavilion. Isn't it not right for both of you to interfere in my Mo clan's business with White Deer Academy?" Nether Maiden looked up at Mo Qifeng and said, "Yang Yi and White Deer Academy are friends with us. So, just let this matter rest. All right? Let it rest?" Mo Qingfeng's face was icy cold. "Yang Yi killed my Mo clan's Mo Yuntian and a quasi-emperor of my Mo clan. Yet you want me to let the matter rest?" He couldn't do that, of course. If he did, wouldn't everything the Mo clan sacrificed have been done so in vain? Moreover, where would the Mo clan put its face once word of it spread? 2 hall masters of the Nether Pavilion scared away the Mo clan's forces. At that time, the Mo clan would be the laughingstock of the entire Central Divine Prefecture, and it would be impossible for them to ever hold their heads up high again. Nether Maiden waved her hand, and the iron chains around her had appeared in her grasp. She looked up at Mo Qifeng and said, "Then let's fight! Then let's fight!" Her voice was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout White Deer Dimension. At this moment, everyone understood how arrogant and domineering the Nether Pavilion was. Will they fight or not? Everyone was looking at Mo Qifeng. They wondered if the Mo clan would dare to fight when facing a hall master of the Nether Pavilion. Regardless of what the Mo clan's decision was, the Nether Pavilion's arrival had undoubtedly given White Deer Academy hope. Even though they didn't know how Yang Yi knew the Nether Pavilion's experts, it wasn't important to them. The only important thing to them was that the Nether Pavilion's experts were standing on White Deer Academy's side. Just that was enough. Mo Qingfeng clenched his fist slowly while he stared fixedly at Nether Maiden. A short while passed before he said, "Rumors throughout the Central Divine Prefecture have always said that the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion are peerless. I really want to experience it for myself. Since I have the fortune to meet both of you today, please do provide me with your guidance." He naturally chose to fight them. It wasn't just related to the Mo clan's interests. It was related to the Mo clan's reputation. If he chose not to fight, then it would severely affect the Mo clan's reputation. Of course, if Nether Maiden was representing the Nether Pavilion when she spoke those words, then he would definitely not dare to agree in such a rash manner. Unfortunately, according to his inference, she was representing herself and not the entire Nether Pavilion. So long as he didn't kill her, then no enmity would be formed between his Mo clan and the Nether Pavilion. Or it should be said that so long as he kept both of them busy, then Mo Tian and the others could crush White Deer Academy. "Both of us?" Nether Maiden shook her head slightly. Just one of us is enough. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot up into the air towards Mo Qingfeng. Mo Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, yet there wasn't any disdain within his eyes. There was only seriousness and solemnness in them. Even though his cultivation was an entire realm above Nether Maiden, how could he dare to act carelessly? She was a hall master of the Nether Pavilion. Bang! 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 In next to no time, numerous explosions resounded in the sky. Nether Maiden hadn't chosen to enter a pocket of space, so Mo Qingfeng naturally had no choice but to fight her right here. As soon as they fought, the sky shook violently, space shattered, and spirit energy dispersed. The eye of the heaven Dao in the sky instantly locked onto Nether Maiden and Mo Qingfeng, and then numerous bolts of pitch-black divine lightning shot down incessantly towards them. Kill! Meanwhile, Mo Tian roared furiously, and he shot explosively towards Yang Yi. The other quasi-emperors of the Mo clan attacked decisively as well. All of them were targeting Yang Yi. For quasi-emperors. As for Feng Qingyu and Li Leiguai, they charged at Xiao Bieli and Xiao Ling instead. Yang Yi moved to Oblivion Maiden's side and asked, "How many are you going to fight?" Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, "They're all yours." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1143. Bang! A crystal blue pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and entered Yang Yi. In an instant, his body turned crystal blue. Slash! Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy shot forward and instantly slammed against Mo Tian, who led the attack against him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Mo Tian was blasted over 500 m back. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword and swung it horizontally. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot out, and the other three quasi-emperors who had just arrived in front of him were blasted over 500 m back as well. After he blasted them back, Yang Yi hurriedly turned around and gazed at Oblivion Maiden. "Quickly help me!" Oblivion Maiden glanced at him and remained silent. "Fine." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure charged at Mo Tian's group of 4. He was fighting 4 quasi-emperors on his own. That was what it was if one intended to make it sound nicer, but to be frank, he was just being beaten up by 4 quasi-emperors. Mo Tian and the others were old geezers who'd lived for countless years. Regardless of whether it was their combat instinct or every other aspect, they were much superior to Yang Yi. So, Yang Yi was completely suppressed since the battle began. If he didn't possess the final version of the Stellar Ward technique, then he would have absolutely been unable to hold on for more than 3 breaths of time. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden's voice suddenly resounded from above. "Lend him a hand!" Oblivion Maiden pondered deeply for an instant, and then she suddenly raised her head and gazed at a quasi-emperor of the Mo clan. After that, she stretched her right hand forward. In an instant, the space in front of her was instantly disintegrated, and only took an instant for it to disintegrate all the way to that quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor who was besieging Yang Yi was astounded by this scene, and he hurriedly slapped his palm forward. However, his palm had just shot forward when it started to be disintegrated as well. That quasi-emperor was horrified by this scene. Meanwhile, Mo Tian acted decisively, and he waved his palm like a blade and severed that quasi-emperor's arm. Mo Tian's group didn't dare to continue attacking. They gazed at Oblivion Maiden with vigilance because her attack was too mysterious. "Reverse!" Suddenly, Nether Maiden's voice resounded in the sky, and then the entire sky turned black. A long time passed before the sky returned to normal again. After that, Nether Maiden appeared by Oblivion Maiden's side. As for Mo Qingfeng, had appeared by Mo Tian and the other side as well. But they noticed that Mo Qingfeng's arms were gone. Mo Qingfeng had lost. "The Nether Pavilion is great indeed." Mo Qingfeng gazed at Nether Maiden and said, "I can be considered to have experienced the Nether Pavilion's strength today. Let me ask you one last time, will both of you leave or not?" Nether Maiden replied indifferently, "What do you think?" Mo Qingfeng nodded lightly, and then he issued a command in his heart. A scroll appeared before him, and then it transformed into a beam of light that shot into the sky. In next to no time, the scroll transformed into 3 black doors that floated in the sky. Nether Maiden frowned. The treaty between clans. Yan Yi was puzzled. What treaty? Nether Maiden explained. The treaty between clans is a treaty between the 4 great clans. It's a treaty formed because of my Nether Pavilion, the evil faction, and some powers that remain hidden. So long as they enter into conflict with one of us, then the 4 clans would immediately activate the treaty. Because any one of their clans are unable to resist my Nether Pavilion, the evil faction, or those powers that remain hidden in the dimension. Yan Yi asked? In other words, we have to face all 4 clans now? Nether Maiden nodded. I never expected that the ones to utilize the treaty would be your Mo clan. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the door on the left, and then a white-haired old man and 7 other old men walked out from within it. All of them had a tiny character embroidered on their clothes. Obviously, they were from the Lu clan. 8 quasi-emperors. I never expected it as well. Meanwhile, another voice resounded from the door on the right, and then a middle-aged man who held a book that was made from symbols walked out from within it. There were 7 old men behind him as well. All of them were quasi-emperors. Once the 8 of them arrived here, the middle-aged man who led the group suddenly shook the thick book in his grasp. In an instant, the entire area was covered in symbols, and even the area around the Eye of the Heaven Tao was covered in mysterious symbols. After that, those symbols started to flicker with a light blue glow and started to revolve slowly. At this moment, it was like everyone here was within a world of symbols. The most terrifying part was that they noticed the profound energy within them had actually started to slowly leak out once those symbols appeared in the surroundings. Everyone here was horrified upon noticing that. Yan Yi hurriedly circulated his profound energy, but he still wasn't able to stop his profound energy from leaking out. Fortunately, the tiny vortex started to revolve, and then the profound energy within him finally returned to normal. However, the other members of White Deer Academy weren't that lucky. Their profound energy was leaking out slowly. Based on the current speed that it was leaking and coupled with the fact that they didn't have much profound energy left, it would take an hour at most for their profound energy to run dry. The middle-aged man and the group behind him had a character embroidered on their clothes. They were clearly from the Zhuge clan. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in an elegant dress walked out from the door at the center. She glanced at everyone here, and then her gaze descended onto Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. She sized them up, and then walked over to the side and remained silent. There were 7 quasi-emperors behind her as well. Their clothes were embroidered with a tiny character. They represented the Mu clan. The 4 great clans were here. A total of over 30 quasi-emperors. Moreover, many of them were senior quasi-emperors, and there were even some who were on the verge of leaving this world. At this moment, all the experts of White Deer Academy had despair on their faces. Now they could see no hope left for them. Yan Yi's face had turned gloomy as well. Should I release the Qiongqi? He had no other way to resolve this situation but to release the Qiongqi. So, will both of you leave? Meanwhile, Mo Qifeng spoke abruptly. It seemed like he was discussing the matter with them, but his voice carried a threatening and pressuring tone. Oblivion Maiden glanced at the quasi-emperors in the sky, and then she lowered her head and spoke softly. They have so many on their side. Nether Maiden replied. They intend to bully us. We can't leave, or they'll laugh at us. Then we have to call for help. Then call for help. You do it. I want. That's so embarrassing. You do it. I won't do it as well. Yan Yi's face had darkened at this point, and he said, I'll do it for both of you, all right? I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself. Nether Maiden glanced at Yan Yi, and then she withdrew a talisman. A moment later, it shattered in her grasp. At the same time, Nether Maiden's voice resounded. It's a fight. We don't have enough people. Who will come? Even though her voice was soft, everyone throughout the Central Divine Prefecture could hear her. A moment of silence ensued, and then the space behind Nether Maiden and the others suddenly started trembling violently. Chapter 1144. All the members of the 4 great clans revealed extremely solemn expressions on their faces. They'd naturally signed the treaty for the sake of fighting against the Nether Pavilion, evil faction, and the other mysterious powers hidden throughout the dimension. Because if they didn't sign such a treaty, then if any one of them were to accidentally offend powers like the Nether Pavilion and evil faction, there would only be a single outcome from it: death. But once they joined forces, then even the Nether Pavilion and evil faction wouldn't dare underestimate their strength. However, they were still quite worried when they truly faced the Nether Pavilion. Because the Nether Pavilion's true strength had always been a mystery. No one knew exactly how strong they were, and no one knew how strong the other hall masters who had never shown themselves in the central divine prefecture were. However, they knew that they would be finding out very soon. Besides the members of the 4 clans, the other people here were looking at that expansive space before Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. They too wanted to see which hall master would answer Nether Maiden's call. It didn't take long for space to split open, and then a young woman who wore a floral patterned dress appeared within their fields of vision. Everyone was stunned when they saw the young woman. She was around the age of 20, and her beautiful hair was tied into an arm-thick braid that hung down behind her. Her appearance couldn't be considered to be beautiful, and she could merely be said to possess pretty features. The only dazzling thing about her was her eyes. They were very huge and filled with life. As for her figure, it was petite. If one were to judge her age solely by her figure, then she seemed to be just around the age of 15. Even though her figure was petite, she gave others the impression that she was wild and barbaric, and she even seemed slightly funny. Why? Because a black spiked club that was even larger than her figure was resting against her shoulder. Besides that, she wasn't alone. She was riding a pig. Exactly. Shed arrived on a pig. She was riding a fat pig with huge ears, and the pig was even chewing on a bone right now. There was no beauty to this scene, and it was just wild and savage. A young woman on a pig. Many people here couldn't help but rub their eyes. That's a hall master of the Nether Pavilion? Is that really the right person? Yang Yi noticed that both Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden actually revealed solemn expressions in their eyes when the young woman appeared. Yang Yi was shocked by this. Because both Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden's strengths were extremely terrifying. So, since the young woman could make them reveal solemn expressions, she was absolutely not simple at all. Yang Yi asked softly, "Who is she?" Nether Maiden replied with a question. "Your body is at the Divine Shift Realm, right?" Yang Yi nodded while a trace of complacency could be seen in his eyes. After all, there were probably very few amongst the humans that could attain such a cultivation of the body. Because his body was equivalent to the body of a quasi-emperor now. Nether Maiden glanced at him and spoke indifferently. She once tore a dragon apart with her bare hands, and that dragon was at the peak of the Divine Shift Realm. Yang Yi's face froze. Nether Maiden added, "She tore that dragon into almost 10,000 pieces, and then she fed it all to her pig." Yang Yi was speechless. The young woman glanced at the experts of the 4 clans, and then she rode her pig over to Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden. "I can fight, but are there any benefits?" Oblivion Maiden showed no loyalty at all, and she immediately moved aside because she was just here to help. Nether Maiden pondered deeply for a short while, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi should be the one to give her compensation. After all, she would be fighting for him. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The young woman gazed at Yang Yi as well. She sized him up, and then there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Oh my! Young man, you're not bad at all. You've actually attained the Divine Shift Realm. Why don't we spar? Don't worry, Big Sister won't beat you to death." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. If Nether Maiden hadn't told him of her past deeds, he might have just agreed. Yet now he couldn't allow himself to see weak. He was very clearly aware that if one showed weakness to geniuses like her, then they wouldn't think that one was being humble. They would look down on that person instead. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "We can spar. However, I don't know how to control my strength well, so it would be bad if I accidentally kill or injure you." Oblivion Maiden suddenly raised her head and gazed at him when she heard him, and then she blinked her eyes as if she was saying, "Nothing is wrong with my ears, right?" As for Nether Maid, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She glanced at Yan Yi, and then turned around and shook her head. The young woman's eyes lit up instead when she heard Yan Yi. "You are man enough. Don't worry, just because of that, Big Sister will absolutely not beat you to death. It'll just beat you up at most." Cough! Yang Yi had quite an embarrassed expression on his face, but it didn't take long for his face to become calm once more. He rubbed his nose, and then he raised his head to gaze at the experts of the 4 clans. "So, shouldn't we deal with them first before talking about a spar between us?" She waved her hand and said, "It's just a bunch of weaklings. They are nothing to worry about. Tell me about the benefits first, and I'll help you fight once that's done." The expressions of the experts from the 4 clans instantly turned gloomy when they heard her. Rumors said that the members of the Nether Pavilion were arrogant, and now they could be considered to have experienced it firsthand. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched. Weaklings? There are over 30 quasi-emperors on their side. Over 30? Yan Yi took a deep breath and said, "Can you kill all of them if I pay? Do you think I'm a god?" The young woman replied angrily, "It wouldn't be much of a problem if they fought me one by one. But if they attacked me as a group, then even I would have to flee. If you pay me, then it'll kill anyone you want. It'll kill 5 people amongst anyone here. Right, not the 2 of them. I can't kill them. What high-sounding sentiments!" Yang Yi hadn't even replied when the quasi-emperor from the Lu clan stepped forward. "They say the hall masters of the Nether Pavilion are extremely strong, and I, Lu Chuan, would like to see for myself. I'd like to see exactly how strong you so-called hall masters are." The young man glanced at Lu Chuan, and then she lightly tapped the white pig with her legs. "Grunt!" The pig grunted softly before it transformed into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot. After that, an extremely long spatial rift appeared in the sky. Obviously, it was the pig which had created that spatial rift. "That's a pig? Is that really a pig?" Nether Maiden suddenly said. "That pig grew up eating all sorts of natural treasures and divine beasts." Yang Yi was speechless. Chapter 1145. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Lu Chuan was blasted flying. But it only took a moment for the white pig to appear in front of him again. After that, it bit him and started to feast on him. "How dare you!" The old man who led the group from the Lu clan was furious, and he was about to attack. However, a spiked club instantly arrived before him. The old man's pupils constricted, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest as he overlapped his palms and pressed them forward. Bang! The old man was blasted away, and he flew over 3 kilometers away before he finally stopped himself. Moreover, because his figure had flown so swiftly, the space he passed through had cracked apart. The most terrifying part was that the old man's eyes had actually transformed into mush when his figure stopped moving. The old man's eyes were filled with shock when he noticed the state of his arms. Because the young woman who stood before him was actually that terrifying. Just that attack had almost killed him in an instant, yet she was only a high-rank saint. So, how terrifying would she be if she attained the Emperor realm? The expressions of everyone here had changed drastically. They knew the young woman was definitely very strong, but they hadn't expected her to almost kill a senior quasi-emperor in an instant. All of them were beyond shocked right now. Yan Yi's pupils had constricted as well. Her strength is truly terrifying. Most importantly, he felt that her ability to control her strength was at least a level higher than his own. What was a genius like? What was a monstrous genius like? People like Yiling Feng, Nether Maiden, Oblivion Maiden, and this young woman were prime examples. How was he, Yan Yi, one compared to them? He had to grow stronger. He had to work harder. That was what Yan Yi was thinking right now. The experts of all the clans had become unsightly because her strength had far surpassed their expectations. The young woman waved her hand, and the spiked club flew back into her grasp. After that, she patted her pig and said, "Little pig, eat quickly!" The white pig was eating Lu Chuan's corpse, but as it ate and ate, it seemed to feel disgusted. So, it spat Lu Chuan's corpse out, and then it shook its large head, which disgust covered its face. "You really are picky! It'll get you a dragon next time!" The young woman patted the white pig, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "Consider that dead fellow as a free gift. Now give me your offer. Out of consideration for the two of them, I can give you a discount." "Right, the minimum price to help you fight is 10,000 violet crystals." 10,000. Yang Yi gasped. She really knows how to do business. Yang Yi gazed at Nether Maiden, but the latter said, "This isn't our Nether Pavilion's business, and it's a private affair. Moreover, it's your private affairs. So, give it to her." Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Zinan. The latter understood what he meant, and she flicked a spatial ring to him. Yang Yi glanced at its contents, and noticed over 20,000 violet crystals within it. Yang Yi immediately flicked it over to the young woman and said, "It'll give you 20,000 for 10. As he spoke, he pointed at the members of the Mo clan. "Them? Kill them first." "Right, the sect master of the Thousand Cranes sect and the law factions Li Leiguai. Kill! Kill all of them." He couldn't stand the sight of them for a very long time. The faces of Mo Qifeng and the other members of the Mo clan immediately became gloomy. But it didn't take long for Mo Qifeng to reveal a savage expression, and he gazed at the young woman on the pig and said, "Let me see how you kill us." The white-haired old man who led the group from the Lu clan revealed a savage expression as well. "My Lu clan would like to see how 3 of you will kill them as well." At the same time, the profound energy within the experts from the Mu clan and Zhuge clan had started to circulate. The 4 clans didn't want to become enemies with the Nether Pavilion, but they had to act now. Otherwise, their treaty would be a huge joke. There were over 30 quasi-emperors here. The 4 clans could be said to have dispatched all its elites. "Members of my Mo clan, hear me! Slaughter everyone within White Deer City later." Meanwhile, Mo King Feng's furious voice resounded through the sky. This time, he was truly furious. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while the tattoo on his chest became faintly visible. He would naturally not entrust all his hopes on the young woman. Even though she was extremely strong, there were over 30 quasi-emperors here. If over 30 senior quasi-emperors were to fight with their lives on the line, then they could even kill 2 emperors. If he had no other choice, Yang Yi would definitely release the Qiongqi. He didn't know how strong it was, and all he knew was that even Lady feared it. Just that was enough to him. The young woman glanced at them and said, "I came here today to tell all of you that your clans are full of weaklings and trash. You want to fight my Nether Pavilion? You even intend to bully us with numbers? Just watch and see how laughable your actions are." As she spoke, the spiked club in her grasp started to spin at high speeds, and she raised her head and looked up at the sky. "Boundary Maiden, seal them! There's another Hall Master here." The expressions of the experts from the 4 clans changed drastically. There were 4 Hall Masters here. Almost half the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion were here. As soon as the pig-riding young woman finished speaking, the space here suddenly warped. A moment later, Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that besides the experts of the Mo clan, a practically translucent square had appeared around everyone including him. The square was like a cage that completely trapped them. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he drew his sword and swung it. A ray of sword energy struck against the translucent cube. But Yang Yi watched with shock as his sword energy actually vanished soundlessly upon coming into contact with the cube. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden arrived by his side, and then she placed her hand against the square. "This is a barrier that can even trap emperors." As soon as she finished speaking, the square around Yang Yi instantly vanished. "Seize this opportunity to kill them." As soon as she finished speaking, Nether Maiden's figure shot towards the experts of the Mo clan. Oblivion Maiden didn't stand by idly, and she slowly stretched out her right hand towards an expert from the Mo clan. As for the pig-riding young woman, she had already charged forward. Yan Yi took a deep breath, and then a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. A blood-red sword appeared in Yan Yi's grasp before he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot explosively in the direction of the Mo clan's experts. Yan Yi's voice resounded. Mo clan! I'm going to wipe your clan off the face of the Central Divine Prefecture today! Chapter 1146. The experts of the Lu clan, Mu clan, and Zhuge clan were trapped by the barrier. They were naturally unwilling to be trapped, and they attacked at once. However, they were horrified to notice that even their joint forces were actually unable to break through the barrier. The Mo clan, Thousand Crane sect, and Law faction had 8 quasi-emperors, yet the Nether Pavilion only had 3 on their side. Even if Yan Yi was included, there were only 4 of them. However, the 4 of them were actually suppressing those 8 quasi-emperors in battle. The most terrifying here were the 3 women from the Nether Pavilion. The pig-riding young woman resorted to brute force alone, and every swing of her club would injure or kill. As for Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden, they were extremely terrifying as well. Their attacks were too mysterious, and it was so mysterious that even the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan revealed terror in their eyes. Conversely, Yan Yi seemed quite ordinary when compared to them. If it was in terms of physical strength, his physical strength was formidable indeed, but it was quite inferior when compared to the pig-riding young woman. If it was a competition of how mysterious their attacks were, then he couldn't compare to Nether Maiden or Oblivion Maiden. However, Yan Yi was the most striking amongst them. He was completely blood-red while endless slaughter intent and baleful energy surged out from within him, so it was impossible for others not to notice him. 15 minutes later. H! A shrill cry suddenly resounded, and then the others watched as a quasi-emperor of the Mo clan was smashed into mush by the pig-riding young woman's club. H! Another shrill cry resounded. A quasi-emperor of the Mo clan was decomposing incessantly in midair, and it only took a moment for him to be completely disintegrated. H! Shrill cries were still resounding. Li Leiguai and Feng Qingyu's eyes were filled with horror as they watched all of this. They were quite free because Yan Yi and the others' main objective were the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan. They'd intended to join the battle, but when they saw the experts of the other 3 clans being trapped while the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan were being slaughtered, they had no intention to attack anymore. Both of them exchanged glances, and they saw the intention to retreat within each other's eyes. My Mo clan is willing to retreat! Suddenly, Mo Qingfeng's voice resounded. At this moment, his eyes were blood-red, and he seemed like had gone mad. Because up until this point in the battle, his Mo clan had lost 4 quasi-emperors in such a short period. Even though the highest cultivation amongst the 4 people before him was only at the high rank of the Saint Realm, their strengths were even more terrifying than quasi-emperors. It was even to the extent that he felt they could probably fight a few emperors together. They were too abnormal. The most terrifying part was that another Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion was hiding somewhere, and that Hall Master's ability to create barriers had instantly crippled the other 3 clans. If they were to continue fighting, then all the quasi-emperors of the Mo clan would perish here, including Mo Qingfeng. If they died here, then the Mo clan would really be wiped off the face of the Central Divine Prefecture. So, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Mo Qingfeng, and he was about to speak when the pig-riding young woman spoke before him. You want to surrender now? It's too late. Those who offend my Nether Pavilion will be annihilated. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot forward explosively atop the huge white pig, and they shot towards the quasi-emperor of the Mo clan who was standing before them. That quasi-emperor's pupils constricted, and he wasn't even able to react before the pig slammed against him. At the same time, a spiked club smashed down onto his head. Bang! His head instantly exploded apart, while his body was transformed into a pile of mush that rained down from midair. H! Meanwhile, another shrill cry resounded, and everyone hurriedly looked towards its source. They saw a pitch-black chain pierce through the forehead of a quasi-emperor from the Mo clan. That quasi-emperor's eyes were opened wide, and it didn't take long for them to dim down. Now, only Mo Qifeng and Mo Tian were left. It was 4 against 2. Mo Qifeng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly opened them again, and his eyes were filled with ferocity and madness. He didn't waste his breath again, and his stomach started to swell up swiftly. At the same time, the spirit energy in the area around him started to become violent. He was about to detonate himself. A quasi-emperor was about to detonate himself. Everyone here was astounded by this scene. Xiao Bieli and the others' expressions changed drastically. After all, if Mo Qifeng detonated himself, then even if White Deer Dimension remained intact, White Deer City would be obliterated. Moreover, all the cultivators beneath the Saint Realm and the surroundings would probably die as well. It was even to the extent that saints might not be able to survive the explosion. How terrifying was the explosion created by the self-detonation of a quasi-emperor. Yan Yi naturally understood all of that, so he was about to attack. However, Nether Maiden stopped him. Yan Yi gazed at Nether Maiden with a puzzled gaze, and the latter spoke flatly. "Let him explode!" Yan Yi nodded out of trust for her, and he didn't do anything. Even though he didn't know why Nether Maiden and the others intended to let Mo Qifeng detonate himself, Yan Yi knew that they were definitely confident, or had some sort of way to deal with the explosion. Feng Qingyu and Li Leigui expressions changed drastically when they saw that Mo Qifeng intended to detonate himself, and they didn't hesitate to flash swiftly towards the distance. However, they merely moved over 5 kilometers away when a practically translucent barrier appeared around them and trapped them. "Bitches! Let's all die together!" Meanwhile, Mo Qifeng suddenly roared madly with laughter, and then his figure exploded apart. A terrifying tempest of energy immediately swept out from him, and it instantly spread 300 m in all directions. At the same time, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and countless started fleeing madly towards the surroundings. However, the tempest of energy actually stopped abruptly, and then it slowly shrunk backwards, bit by bit. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. Yan Yi was stunned as well, but it didn't take long for him to realize what was going on. A square barrier had appeared around the tempest. It wasn't the tempest that was shrink, it was the square barrier that was shrinking, and the tempest of energy was being compressed by the barrier and shrunk incessantly. Yan Yi's pupils instantly constricted at the sight of this. How terrifying was the explosion of a quasi-emperor! Yet now, it was being trapped by the barrier. So, how terrifying was that Hall Master who'd created the barrier? The experts of the other 3 clans were shocked by this scene as well. In the past, they'd already had a truly high opinion of the Nether Pavilion's Hall Master's strengths. Yet now, they knew that they'd still underestimated them, and they'd absolutely underestimated those Hall Masters. Every single one of the Hall Masters from the Nether Pavilion was much stronger than they'd ever imagined. Just 4 Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion had rendered their 4 clans helpless, so what would happen if all 10 were here? It didn't take long for the tempest of energy which was created by Mo Qingfeng's self-detonation to be crushed into bits, and it was obliterated. The last remaining quasi-emperor of the Mo clan, Mo Tian, was instantly filled with despair when he witnessed this scene. It was over! Everything was over! One of the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture, the Mo clan, had come to an end just like that. Even though the Mo clan still existed, but how could the Mo clan, which had lost all its quasi-emperors, maintain its foothold in the Central Divine Prefecture? From this moment onward, the 4 great clans of the Central Divine Prefecture were no more, and then were only 3 great clans. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Mo Tian's expression changed drastically, but Yan Yi was already behind him a moment later. At the same time, Mo Tian's eyes had opened wide, and it didn't take long for the color within them to fade away. He refuses to let even one survive. How ruthless! The hearts of all the experts from the other 3 clans shook when they witnessed this scene. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Yang Yi as well, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the barrier that trapped the other 3 clans in place had vanished abruptly. However, no one dared to attack, and no one dared to leave as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the Mu clan, and it caused the expressions of the members of the Mu clan to change slightly. However, the beautiful woman who led the ground remained calm, and there wasn't even the slightest ripple in her composure. I want to ask about someone. Does a person called a queuing exist in the Mu clan? Yang Yi hadn't forgotten Elder Mu's request. When Elder Mu ignited his soul and detonated himself that day, had asked Yang Yi to inquire about a person called a queuing once Yang Yi arrived at the Radiant Dimension. If that person didn't exist in the Mu clan, then according to Elder Mu's request, the Mu clan had no further reason to exist. The expressions of the experts from the Mu clan changed when they heard Yang Yi. As for the beautiful woman who led the group, there was shock, bewilderment, and a trace of excitement in her eyes. She spoke in a trembling voice. Who are you? Yang Yi slowly tightened his grasp on Heaven's gravestone and said, Answer me! The beautiful woman was so excited that she wasn't able to speak properly. You know him, you definitely know him. You're from the lower dimensions, Right? Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while, and then he slowly relaxed his grip and spoke with a trace of respect. You're a queuing? She nodded and spoke in a trembling voice. Is he alright? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. He's dead. He's dead. The beautiful woman seemed as if she'd been struck by lightning, and her countenance instantly turned ghastly pale. A long time passed before she looked towards the distance with a slightly blank gaze. He's dead. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, He asked me to tell you that you don't have to wait for him anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at the Zhuge clan and said, Is Zhuge Yun here? If it was before the battle, then they would have definitely ignored Yang Yi. Yet now, no one dared to do that. The middle-aged man who led the Zhuge clan's forces glanced at Yang Yi and said, She isn't in this dimension. Then forget it. Yang Yi glanced at the 3 clans and said, Now all of you can leave. Kill all of them? That wasn't realistic at all. Moreover, it wasn't necessary. The other 3 clans didn't have any direct conflict with White Deer Academy. Only the Mo clan did, and the Mo clan was finished. Now, White Deer Academy needed to rest and recuperate instead. The experts of the Zhuge clan and Lu clan glanced at Yang Yi before turning around and leaving. Once the Zhuge clan left, the symbols that covered the sky immediately vanished as well. Meanwhile, the eye of the heaven Tao appeared before them once more. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, We're leaving. As she spoke, she was about to leave with the other 2. However, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly erupted from the eye of the heaven Tao, and some of the saints in the surroundings were instantly pressed down flat on the ground. After that, a speck of violet light appeared within the eye of the heaven Tao, and it didn't take long for a bolt of violet divine lightning to appear within everyone's fields of vision. Divine lightning of obliteration! Everyone here was stunned at the sight of the violet divine lightning. The eyes of the 3 women from the Nether Pavilion had opened wide as well, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Shit! Yang Yi's face became unsightly. Chapter 1147. Violet Divine Lightning. What was it? It was divine lightning of obliteration. Not to mention a quasi-emperor, even an emperor would tremble before it. Why has divine lightning of obliteration appeared here? That was what everyone thought right now. Because there were usually only 2 circumstances that made divine lightning of obliteration descend. The ones 'twas when someone tried to destroy the world, like an emperor descending to the world and carrying out large-scale destruction of the world. Under such circumstances, it was very likely for divine lightning of obliteration to descend. Because ordinary black divine lightning was utterly useless against emperors. The tuned circumstance was when someone acted in defiance of the heavens or when the eye of the heaven Tao was facing a sinner of the dimension that had defied the heavens in the past. If one was branded a sinner of the dimension by the eye of the heaven Tao, then it represented that the person had committed an act that defied the heavens. Moreover, the eye of the heaven Tao had been helpless against that person at the time it occurred. So, the eye of the heaven Tao sacrificed itself to brand that person as a sinner of the dimension. Since there were no emperors damaging the world right now, it represented that there was a sinner here. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi is a sinner of the dimension? Many people really did have such thoughts, but it didn't take long for them to refute it. What a joke! Yang Yi was just a half-saint. No matter how heaven-defying his strength was, how great could it be? It was impossible for Yang Yi to render the eye of the heaven Tao helpless with the strength that he possessed. Even though Yang Yi was very strong, he was absolutely not that strong. But if Yang Yi wasn't a sinner, then why would the eye of the heaven Tao send down divine lightning of obliteration? The violet divine lightning was definitely aimed at Yang Yi because it had immediately locked onto him upon appearing in the sky. The pig-riding young woman's gaze had descended onto Yang Yi as well, and so had Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden's gazes. Even Nether Maiden couldn't figure out why the eye of the heaven Tao would target Yang Yi and even send down violet divine lightning. Even though Yang Yi really had caused quite a bit of trouble, it wasn't to the extent of offending the eye of the heaven Tao to such an extent. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. He sheathed heaven's gravestone before drawing it swiftly. Wham! A ray of blood-red sword energy shot up into the sky while accompanied by a sword howl, and it shot towards the divine lightning. 120 overlapped heaven rents. Yang Yi naturally didn't dare to act carelessly. This bolt of divine lightning was numerous times stronger than the violet divine lightning on Profounder Continent, so how could he dare to act carelessly or underestimate it? The spectators watched as Yang Yi's sword energy smashed against the divine lightning. Bang! A loud explosion resounded while countless threads of blood-red sword energy shot towards the surroundings. The sword energy was gone, but the divine lightning was still there, and it was descending at the exact same speed as before. The experts of White Deer Academy revealed gloomy expressions at the sight of this. Nether Maiden frowned and was about to help, but Oblivion Maiden stopped her. Oblivion Maiden didn't say anything, but the pig-riding young woman did. That's divine lightning of obliteration. You'll definitely suffer heavenly wrath if you interfere. I know that you don't care, but you'll only complicate things if you act now. Nether Maiden hesitated for a moment, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Indeed, the eye of the heaven Tao would definitely send down 2 bolts of violet divine lightning if she interfered now. Unless she could destroy the eye of the heaven Tao. Otherwise, it would never end. But even the entire Nether Pavilion had to give great consideration to a decision like destroying the eye of the heaven Tao. Yang Yi's face became solemn when he saw that his sword energy hadn't affected the divine lightning at all. This time, he didn't dare to hold back at all. Because it was less than 300 m away from him now. If it were allowed to descend, then White Deer Dimension would be obliterated in an instant. Yang Yi pressed his sword against the center of his forehead while closing his eyes. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and he was behind the violet divine lightning when his figure appeared once more. The divine lightning was still descending, but it suddenly exploded apart just 2 breaths of time later and transformed into arcs of violet lightning that swept towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his sword swiftly. Strands of sword energy flashed incessantly, and it didn't take long for all the arcs of lightning to be obliterated. That sword technique isn't bad. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly praised. Physical speed, the laws of speed, 2 types of intents, and the speed of that cape of his. Even emperors can't look down upon that attack. She gazed at Oblivion Maiden and Nether Maiden, and continued. What's your relationship with him? Why did the 2 of you actually disregard the embarrassment you would suffer and called for help? Oblivion Maiden stepped aside to display that it had nothing to do with her. Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, Friends. Friends? The young woman glanced at her with strong interest. That really makes me curious. Oblivion Maiden glanced at Nether Maiden and remained silent. After he destroyed that bolt of lightning, another appeared as expected. This bolt was much larger than the last. Xiaobieli and the others had just visibly relaxed when they saw it, and they frowned once more. Yan Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at the pig-riding young woman. Hey, it'll give you 10,000 violet crystals to destroy that Eye of the Heaven Tao, alright? We can even discuss a higher price. The young woman blinked and said, Do you think that I'm a mercenary? Yan Yi shrugged, and then he looked up at the divine lightning. A wisp of ferocity arose in his eyes as he looked at it. Since he destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao on Profounder Continent, he knew that he would be enemies with the Heaven Tao. It was a problem, a terrible problem. But he had no other choice. The Heaven Tao hadn't hesitated to destroy the entire continent in order to destroy the defiant cultivators. As a member of the continent, he naturally had a duty to draw his sword and fight. Just like this very moment, he had no choice as well. He didn't want to go against the Eye of the Heaven Tao, but it insisted on his death. In Yang Ye's opinion, if someone wanted to kill him, then he would kill that person. If the heavens wanted to kill him, then he would destroy the heavens. Wham! A sword howl resounded through the surroundings while Yang Ye's figure shot up into the air. A pillar of blood pierced the sky, and it only took an instant for the pillar of blood to pierce through the violet divine lightning. But that wasn't the end of it. The pillar of blood didn't slow down and slammed against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Has he gone mad? He actually attacked the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Xiaobieli's hands were trembling. He knew Yang Yi was a madman, but he hadn't expected Yang Yi to be that crazy to the point of even attacking the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After all, it was the Eye of the Heaven Tao. It represented the Heaven Tao. Is Yang Yi really trying to defy the heavens? It wasn't just Xiaobieli who had such thoughts. The pig-riding young man, Nether Maiden, and Oblivion Maiden's expressions had changed. Their eyes carried a trace of shock and disbelief. Attacking the Eye of the Heaven Tao represented that Yang Yi was going against it, and it meant that he was standing in opposition of the guardians of the radiant dimension. The pig-riding young woman spoke abruptly. He really is brave. Oblivion Maiden nodded in agreement. As for Nether Maiden, there was worry in her eyes instead. Meanwhile, the pillar of blood smashed against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Bang! The entire sky trembled violently while countless rays of blood-red sword energy sprayed through the surroundings. Every single ray of sword energy tore space apart as they shot through the sky. Countless pitch-black rifts instantly appeared in the sky. Bang! Meanwhile, another loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then a figure crashed down from the sky. It was Yang Yi, of course. Nether Maiden's expression changed slightly. She flashed over to the Yang Yi and pressed her right palm lightly against his back. In an instant Yang Yi's figure stopped descending, yet Nether Maiden's right hand had turned blood red. Nether Maiden was shocked by this. She gazed at Yang Yi and noticed that Yang Yi's body had cracked apart, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. Her pupils constricted as she looked up at the sky. The Eye of the Heaven Tao was still there, but there were numerous cracks on it. Meanwhile, another bolt of violet divine lightning slowly emerged from within it. Nether Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to lend Yang Yi a hand when Yang Yi pulled on her arm. She turned around to gaze at him, and saw him shaking his head at her. He said, "You've helped me enough. I can't continue dragging you down with me. Let me deal with it myself." Nether Maiden replied, "You're still trying to put on a show of strength?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Let me do it myself." Fighting against the Eye of the Heaven Tao represented going against the Heaven Tao, so he didn't want to implicate her in the matter. She gazed at him for a long time before nodding and moving aside. Yang Yi gazed at the descending bolt of divine lightning. A short while passed before he relaxed his grasp slightly, and the blood-red sword in his grasp instantly dispersed. At the same time, the slaughter intent and baleful energy he emanated surged back into his body. Yang Yi gazed at the bolt of divine lightning while a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He suddenly roared, "Sword Spirit!" Wham! As soon as he spoke, a sword howl shot up into the air. The spectators in the surroundings watched with astonishment as the violet divine lightning actually cracked apart in midair. Countless cracks swept throughout it. This made their pupils constrict. For the very once time, the pig-riding young woman revealed shock as well. Her gaze was fixed on the sword in Yang Yi's right grasp, and besides shock, there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden were in a similar state. Yan Yi suddenly sheathed the sword precursor within the ancient sheath. Wham! Another sword howl shot up into the sky. Bang! The others watched with astonishment as the violet divine lightning was instantly blasted into pieces by the sword howl, and it dispersed into the surroundings. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you! Yan Yi's voice was filled with ferocity as it resounded through the surroundings. Chapter 1148. Besides the violet divine lightning, numerous cracks had even appeared on the eye of the Heaven Dao. It seemed like it was on the verge of exploding apart. The sword precursor could be said to be one of Yan Yi's final trump cards. He hadn't utilized it in the past because he was afraid of drawing the eye of the Heaven Dao's attention. Yet now, it was already here, so there was no need for him to even draw its attention. Under such circumstances, he naturally had no worries. Because the violet divine lightning was truly too terrifying, and he would be exhausted to death if he didn't destroy the eye of the Heaven Dao. He had no choice but to draw his sword. Right at the moment Yan Yi took hold of the sword precursor's hilt, the eye of the Heaven Dao suddenly emanated a ray of dazzling light, and then it exploded apart before everyone's eyes. After that, a beam of red light shot down so swiftly that Yan Yi hadn't even been able to react before it entered his body. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the sky. But unlike the pillar of blood before this, it didn't carry even a trace of baleful energy or slaughter intent. It didn't even carry a bloody aura. However, Yan Yi's hair had turned blood red just like it had in the past. Moreover, there was a blood-red character on his forehead. It was blood red. Xiaobieli and the others' eyes were filled with bewilderment at the sight of it. They hadn't expected that the eye of the Heaven Dao would actually detonate itself and do that. What did that represent? Xiaobieli and the other experts of White Deer Academy gazed at the blood-red character with bewilderment. However, the expressions of the young women from the Nether Pavilion had changed drastically. At this moment, the shock in their eyes was greater than when Yan Yi withdrew the sword precursor. A blood sentence! How could this be possible? The pig-riding young woman's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment, and there was also a trace of bewilderment present in her eyes. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yan Yi before quickly lowering her head to look at the fox in her arms. Just like the pig-riding young woman, her eyes were filled with shock and a trace of fear. As for Nether Maiden, her face had turned pale, and disbelief filled her eyes. Yan Yi had noticed the blood-red character above his head as well. He frowned and issued a command in his heart. A ray of sword energy flashed out and struck the character above him. Bang! An explosion resounded. The sword energy dispersed, but the character wasn't harmed at all. That's a blood sentence! Meanwhile, Nether Maiden walked over to his side and said, It's something that's even more terrifying than a heavenly sentence. A heavenly sentence merely brands a person as a sinner of the dimension, and the dimension will cease to tolerate that person's existence. As for a blood sentence, it represents that the Heaven Dao in this dimension won't rest until that person is dead. Dead? Until death. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Nether Maiden added, You should have heard that a sinner of the dimension appeared on my Nether Pavilion many years ago, right? Yan Yi nodded. I have, she said. Actually, she wasn't a sinner of the dimension. If she was only branded as a sinner, then my Nether Pavilion's strength would have been entirely sufficient to take her from this dimension and head to another dimension. The Heaven Dao here would have been helpless against her if we did that. But she wasn't a sinner of the dimension, she had been branded with a blood sentence. The Heaven Dao wouldn't let her leave. The Heaven Dao would even not hesitate to destroy a dimension in order to kill such a person. Nether Maiden looked Yan Yi in the eyes at this point. All those years ago, it wasn't that my nether pavilion feared the guardians of this dimension. It was because we didn't want to destroy this dimension, and we didn't want to fight the Heaven Tao do the death as well. The Eye of the Heaven Tao is just a clone of the Heaven Tao, and the true Heaven Tao is far away outside this dimension. It controls hundreds of dimensions like the Radiant Dimension, and there are other powers standing behind the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The water here runs very deep. Half of U.S. Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion hadn't awakened then, so we chose to make a compromise. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nether Maiden took a deep breath and gazed at Yang Yi. What have you done? What exactly have you done? Her voice was actually trembling slightly. The pig-riding young woman and Oblivion Maiden gazed at Yang Yi as well, because even they wanted to know what Yang Yi had done. Yang Yi sighed lightly. Remember Profounder Continent? Do you know how I survived? Nether Maiden shook her head. Yang Yi explained. For the sake of destroying the defiant cultivators, the Heaven Tao hadn't hesitated to send down divine lightning of obliteration. We naturally refused to stand by idly and wait for death to descend. So, we joined forces against it. Because of certain reasons, countless defiant cultivators and other cultivators attained the Saint Realm, and then they detonated themselves and were finally able to heavily injure the Eye of the Heaven Tao. At the critical moment, I destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After that, it took note of me. When I advanced to the Half-Saint Realm, it came looking for me. If others advance in their cultivation and am in the vicinity, then it would send lightning at me once it notices my presence. In short, so long as it notices my aura, then it won't let me go. Yang Yi shook his head at this point and said, Actually, I'm the one who suffered injustice. It wanted to destroy the entire continent that day. I wanted to live, so I have no choice but to kill it. After I arrived at the Radiant Dimension, it was destroyed once more in Pine Prefecture due to certain reasons. Fine, I never expected it to just be a clone, and an extremely vengeful one at that. Nether Maiden was speechless. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly said, You've destroyed the Eye of the Heaven Tao in the past? Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. Do I not look the part? She glanced at the sword in Yang Yi's grasp and said, That sword of yours is quite good. Are you selling it? Yang Yi was speechless. She shrugged and continued, In any case, you're about to die, so why don't you sell it to me? Perhaps I might be able to avenge you in the future. What do you think? It'll give you 100,000 violet crystals. It's all I have. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden suddenly said, He has hundreds of thousands. The pig-riding young woman was furious, and she glared fiercely at Oblivion Maiden. You traitor! I'll roast your fox and eat it. Oblivion Maiden refused to show weakness. Then I'll roast your pig and eat it. Stop. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke angrily when he saw that the pig-riding young woman was about to say something in return. Please, can you consider my feelings for a moment? I'm already in such a situation, yet both of you are talking about eating. Can you not do that to me? The pig-riding young woman gazed at Yang Yi, and it seemed like she felt he was very pitiable. You're about to die. Oblivion Maiden nodded with agreement. Why? I feel fine. Yang Yi was puzzled. Even though that character was floating above his head, his body felt completely fine. The pig-riding young woman replied, The guardians are coming for you. Yang Yi's face froze. Based on their strength, they would have been here already if they were coming. Since they still aren't here, they definitely aren't coming. You must be dreaming. She didn't hold back at all. The reason they aren't here yet is because they aren't in this dimension. If I'm not wrong, they are definitely on the way now. You'll be finished once they get here. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden spoke abruptly. Flee. Flee? Yang Yi was stunned. Where? The pig-riding young woman said. Unless he can escape this dimension and escape to outer space. However, based on his current strength, it's far from sufficient to accomplish that. Moreover, even if he escapes to outer space, wouldn't it still be absolutely easy for them to find him? Don't forget that this entire stellar region is under their control. Nether Maiden fell silent. Yang Yi fell silent as well. A short while passed before he gazed at the pig-riding young woman, and the latter hurriedly said, "Don't even think about trying to make me help. I won't accept this job. It doesn't matter how many violet crystals you give me." She gazed at Nether Maiden and continued, "As for you, don't think about making me help as well. It will only end in loss. Moreover, I might even die in the process." Nether Maiden clenched her fists while a cold glow flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman gazed at Nether Maiden. "Tenth sister, am not joking. If you help, then I'll cause the entire Nether Pavilion to be dragged into it." Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden spoke as well. "We can't help him any more." Regardless of whether it was Oblivion Maiden or the pig-riding young woman, both of them had solemn expressions in their eyes. "This time, let me face it myself." Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Nether Maiden and said, "You've helped me enough. Moreover, you're not alone. Every action you take will affect others." Nether Maiden looked him in the eyes. "You won't be able to overcome them." Yang Yi gazed at the pig-riding young woman and said, "Will they still kill me if I surrender?" She replied indifferently, "Surrendering depends on being almost equally matched. Only then would the weaker party have a chance to surrender. But you're so weak, so do you think they would allow you to surrender? Then I have no choice but to fight." Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Nether Maiden. "All of you should leave." Nether Maiden didn't speak. The pig-riding young woman, on the other hand, was about to speak, but her pupils suddenly constricted as she looked up into the sky. "They're here." As soon as she finished speaking, two specks of golden light appeared in the horizon, and it didn't take long for two middle-aged men in golden armor and golden spears in their hands to appear in the sky above White Deer Dimension. Emperors! 2 emperors! The middle-aged men ignored everyone else and immediately looked at Yang Yi. Killing intent instantly flashed through their eyes when they saw the blood-red character floating above Yang Yi's head. The golden-armored man on the left was about to attack. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the sky, and it didn't take long for a black-robed man to arrive here. "Yilangxia?" Xiao Bieli and the others were slightly stunned when they saw him. Obviously, they recognized Yilangxia or had met him in the past. Yilangxia's gaze instantly descended onto Yang Yi, and his face changed slightly when he saw the blood-red character floating above Yang Yi. Obviously, had heard of the blood sentence. In next to no time, he looked up into the sky, and his face fell when he saw those 2 emperors. After that, he glanced at Yang Yi again and seemed to have understood something. Yang Yi gazed at Yilangxia and said, "You owe me a favor, right?" Yilangxia didn't deny it and nodded slightly. Yang Yi pointed at the middle-aged men and said, "I'll kill one and you kill the other." Yilangxi's eyelids twitched. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "You don't throw me into a trap." Chapter 1149. A trap. All sorts of curses were flying through Yilangxi's mind. Yang Yi had only fought a quasi-emperor to save his younger sister, but Yang Yi actually wanted him to kill an emperor. Moreover, it was a guardian. It wouldn't be a problem if it was an ordinary emperor. But that was a member of the Guardians. He naturally knew what that represented. Even the Nether Pavilion didn't dare to kill them. Yang Yi said, "You can refuse if you think it's difficult." Yilangxia clenched his right fist slowly, but it didn't take long for him to relax it. However, just a moment passed before he clenched it slowly again. A short while passed before he looked up at Yang Yi. "My Yi clan owes you a life, so I'll kill an emperor for you today." "Kill an emperor?" Meanwhile, the gold-armored middle-aged man on the left suddenly gazed at Yilangxia. "You're an extraordinary genius with a limitless future. So why court death? You're a genius of my radiant dimension, and I cherish geniuses. I'll allow you to live if you leave right now. If you insist on being stubborn, then you'll die in a while." Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "I'm a genius of the radiant dimension as well. Can you let me go as well?" "You!" The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, "I don't know what you've done in the past, But you forced the Eye of the Heaven Tao to sacrifice itself in order to brand you with a blood sentence. I presume you've definitely done something that incurs the indignation of all. Not only do you have to die today, everyone related to you has to die as well. Xiao Biali and the others' faces fell when they heard the man, because they realized that they intended to kill everyone related to Yang Yi. Yan Yi's face had turned gloomy as well, and he slowly grabbed Sword Precursor's hilt with his right hand while the profound energy and stellar energy within him started circulating. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man gazed at the pig-riding young woman and the others. The Nether Pavilion? She glanced at the middle-aged man, ignored him, and then gazed at Nether Maiden. Let's go. Our Nether Pavilion can't interfere in this matter. The middle-aged man's face fell from being ignored, and he said, I presume your Nether Pavilion wouldn't dare to interfere. After all, that resentment maiden. The pig-riding young woman's face instantly became gloomy when she heard him, and she looked up at him and spoke fiercely. Mention her again and I'll kill you right now. Nether Maiden and Oblivion Maiden's faces were gloomy as well. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He was about to speak when the middle-aged man by his side, who had a crescent-shaped scar on his face, suddenly stopped him. The middle-aged man with the crescent scar gazed at the pig-riding young woman and said, That incident has passed. It's pointless to discuss it further. We aren't here for the Nether Pavilion, and we're just here for the one branded with the blood sentence. So, all of you can leave. The pig-riding young woman glanced coldly at the other middle-aged man and said, You should realize that we didn't make a compromise all those years ago because we were afraid of you. Besides that, remember that enmity of the past. One day, we'll make you pay with your blood. How laughable! The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Your Nether Pavilion? Suddenly, the pig-riding young woman shot up into the sky and arrived not too far away from the middle-aged man in golden armor. Cut the crap. You can choose any one of us to fight you in single combat. All four of us will take our own lives if you aren't dead within 100 moves. Conversely, you can take your own life if your opponent is still alive after 100 moves are over. Do you dare? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to say something when he was stopped again by the crescent-scarred middle-aged man. Every single Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion possesses extraordinary ability, and we Guardians have no intention to look down upon your pavilion. Allow me to repeat myself again. We aren't here for the Nether Pavilion. We're here for the one branded with the blood sentence. I presume that you don't want to give rise to unnecessary problems for your Nether Pavilion, right? The pig-riding young woman glanced coldly at the middle-aged man and said, You're just a piece of trash that's running the errands. I really don't know where you're getting that sense of superiority from. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke fiercely. Bitch! What did you say? He really was an errand boy amongst the Guardians, and that was exactly why he wasn't able to endure what Shed said. As soon as he spoke, the pig-riding young woman suddenly slammed her spiked club down, and a terrifying aura enveloped the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately stabbed his spear forward. Bang! The middle-aged man was blasted around 3 kilometers away. The scarred middle-aged man's expression changed. He was about to attack when Oblivion Maiden suddenly appeared in front of him. He was slightly stunned and was about to attack, but Oblivion Maiden suddenly shouted, Return to 0. As soon as she spoke, Oblivion Maiden looked straight at the scarred man. The space around the scarred man actually started to decompose, and it wasn't just the space there, even the scarred man's armor had started to tremble and decompose. The scarred man's expression changed drastically, and he tossed his spear forward. The spear tore through space and emanated a golden glow as it instantly appeared before Oblivion Maiden. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden tapped her finger on the spar. The golden glow around the spear instantly melted like snow in hot oil. It only took an instant for the golden glow to disperse before the spear started to decompose under the astounded gaze of the scarred middle-aged man. He was shocked. He didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest, and a terrifying aura surged out from within him. Countless rays of golden light enveloped him in layers that obstructed Oblivion Maiden's mysterious ability to decompose matter. Meanwhile, the other middle-aged man was being pushed back repeatedly under the frenzied attacks of the pig-riding young woman. He was completely suppressed and hadn't possessed the slightest ability to fight back throughout the battle. Yan Yi had intended to join the battle when he saw them attack. After all, he wasn't someone who would miss such an opportunity. However, Nether Maiden obstructed his path. "Flee!" Yan Yi replied. "We can kill them!" Even though they were emperors, it would be absolutely easy to kill them if he joined forces with the three of them. Nether Maiden said. "They won't kill those fellows!" Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then he came to an understanding. They were buying time for him. Could he flee? He naturally could. Even emperors couldn't find him if he concealed himself. However, what about White Deer Academy? If he fled, the Guardians would definitely vent on White Deer Academy. How could the Academy endure their rage? Yan Yi took a deep breath and shook his head. Nether Maiden glanced at him with a complicated expression on her face and remained silent. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden and the pig-riding young woman stopped attacking and moved aside. The middle-aged men immediately heaved sighs of relief, and they felt beyond astounded in their hearts. The once middle-aged man's spear had already been warped into a piece of scrap while more than half the armor on the scarred middle-aged man had vanished. The pig-riding young woman paid no attention to the middle-aged men, and she gazed at Yan Yi instead. "You act like a man!" As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Nether Maiden. "Let's go. Don't drag down our other sisters by staying here. If it was your own business, we would help you even if we have to face 100 of them. But this isn't your own business." Nether Maiden fell silent. Yan Yi gazed at Nether Maiden. "I'll deal with my own business. If it's possible, I mean if I die, then help me take care of the others in White Deer Academy and Pine Prefecture. I'll agree to that." Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman spoke abruptly, and then she looked up at the two middle-aged emperors in the sky. "Yan Yi has been branded by a blood sentence, but the members of White Deer Academy aren't. Moreover, they weren't aware of it. So, it isn't related to them. Don't you think so too?" Their expressions turned quite unsightly because she was clearly threatening them. A short while passed before the scarred man said, "Of course." The pig-riding young woman withdrew her gaze and gazed at Yan Yi. Yan Yi nodded slightly. "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yilangxia and said, "I've changed my mind. I'll deal with them. However, I hope that you can help White Deer Academy if it faces any trouble in the future." Yilangxia spoke seriously. "I can help you kill one of them." Yan Yi shook his head. "I'll do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi's figure vanished on the spot. After all, White Deer Dimension would definitely be destroyed if he fought them here. The emperors in the sky instantly vanished as well. Yilangxia hesitated for a moment before following them. Nether Maiden followed them as well, but she was stopped by Oblivion Maiden and the pig-riding young woman. Nether Maiden explained, "I won't help him. I'm just going to watch. Don't both of you want to witness his true strength?" The pig-riding young woman gazed at her for a short while before speaking. "Let's go watch then." The three of them immediately vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. On a wasteland that was uninhabited for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in all directions, Yan Yi stood on the ground while the two emperors were not too far away in the sky above. Yan Yi gazed at them and said, "It's impossible for any reconciliation to occur, right?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. "What do you think?" Yan Yi nodded slightly and said, "Actually, I'm saying that out of consideration for both of you." "Is that so?" There was ridicule on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. "Bring it. There's no need to think about us. Feel free to show us your true strength." Bang! A ray of stellar energy descended from the sky and instantly entered Yan Yi's body, causing his figure to immediately turn crystal blue. At the same time, void rank slaughter intent and sword intent surged out from within him. A moment later, Yan Yi took sword precursor's hilt in his grasp as he looked up at them. "Actually, I don't want to do this too." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi drew his sword. Oem! A sword howl shot up into the sky, and then the space in an area of a few 100,000 kilometers collapsed in an instant. A beam of violet sword energy shot into the sky. It tore the heavens and the earth apart. Chapter 1150. The sword energy shot up into the sky and vanished into the distant horizon. Bang! Accompanying a huge mushroom cloud that blotted out the sky was a loud explosion in the distant horizon that rumbled through the sky. After that, the entire sky turned black. Rumble! With Yang Yi at the center, the mountains in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers started to collapse. Practically all those mountains were instantly transformed into powder and were obliterated right after. At the same time, the ground in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers started to sink down incessantly. The most terrifying scene was how the space in the area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers started to collapse as soon as it was repaired by the laws of the Heaven Tao, and then it was repaired and collapsed again. Just like that, it cycled between being repaired and collapsing for around 30 times before the space there finally returned to normal. Even though the space at the point far away in the sky had returned to normal, a strand of gray energy covered the entire sky. Even sunlight couldn't pass through it. The world was in darkness. As for those emperors from before, there was no sign of them now. They hadn't fled. It was because not a speck of them remained here. Moreover, something seemed to have vanished from the world in the wake of that attack. At this moment, practically all the experts throughout the Central Divine Prefecture were looking in Yang Yi's direction with extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Besides that, there was shock on their faces. The reason their faces were unsightly was because they noticed that the spirit energy in the prefecture had actually grown scarcer than before. In just around a dozen breaths of time, the amount of spirit energy in the prefecture had reduced by over 30%. Someone is damaging the dimension. Such a thought had appeared in the minds of every single expert. There were only two possibilities to explain the reduction of spirit energy. The one was that the Eye of the Heaven Tao had been destroyed. Even though it was just a clone of the Heaven Tao, it was formed from all sorts of energy contained within the dimension. So, once it was destroyed, it was those energies of the dimension that would vanish, and that included spirit energy. Destroying the Heaven Tao is equivalent to damaging the dimension. That was why many who possessed the strength to destroy it wouldn't do so. Because destroying it was equivalent to destroying the foundation of the dimension. The spirit energy and various types of energy throughout a world wasn't boundless. Once all the energy in the world vanished, it represented that the inhabitants of the world would be unable to cultivate, and would remain as ordinary people. The tune was the destruction of the world at a large scale. Yet now, someone was causing large-scale destruction to the world. The faces of countless experts had turned gloomy, and then ray after ray of light shot up into the sky throughout the Central Divine Prefecture, and flashed towards Yang Yi's location. According to the rules of the Radiant Dimension, if anyone who'd attained the Saint Realm were to fight someone, then that person had to create a pocket of space to carry out the battle in. They were prohibited from fighting in the Radiant Dimension. Why? Because they were afraid that the battle would damage the world. It was a rule that was set by all the experts of the Radiant Dimension. There was practically not a single soul that dared to not abide by that rule. Because once someone didn't abide by that rule, that person would be pursued and killed by all the experts at the Saint Realm and above throughout the Radiant Dimension. Yet now, someone had actually caused large-scale destruction to the world and damaged the foundation of the Radiant Dimension because the spirit energy here had dropped drastically. No matter who the person was, that person would become the common enemy of the entire Radiant Dimension. In the air above the wasteland, Yang Yi held the sword precursor in both hands to support himself up in midair, and his eyes were closed while his entire body trembled slightly. The pig-riding young woman, Oblivion Maiden, Nether Maiden, and Yilanxia were around him. All of them had their gazes on him. They were all extraordinary geniuses, so surmounting their realms of cultivation to do battle was a piece of cake to them. They wouldn't be surprised even if they saw a half-saint kill an emperor. However, tempestuous waves were surging through their hearts right now. Because Yang Yi hadn't just killed an emperor while at the half-saint realm, had even killed two in one go. Moreover, that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that his attack had harmed the foundation of the radiant dimension. That wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. It at least required the joint forces of numerous emperors in order to cause a decline in the spirit energy within the radiant dimension. Yet now, Yang Yi had accomplished it on his own. Yi Lengxie stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Besides shock, there was a trace of battle intent in his eyes. His sword is so powerful! Oblivion Maiden spoke abruptly. I would have died if he used this sword that day. The pig-riding young woman gazed at Oblivion Maiden and said, You think that it's his sword which is strong, and not him, right? She nodded. The pig-riding young woman shook her head slightly, and then she gazed at Yi Lengxie. Hey, sword user! Can you execute that attack if you have that sword? Yi Lengxie glanced at her, and then he shook his head. The pig-riding young woman gazed at Oblivion Maiden, who was still puzzled, and explained. See what sort of state he's in right now. If I'm not wrong, then that sword is too strong. Even he is unable to fully control it, and that's why he's in his current state. Oblivion Maiden said. I still don't understand. The pig-riding young woman gazed at Yang Yi and said, The reason that attack had such strength was because it was enhanced by two types of void rank intent, profound energy, and stellar energy. Besides those two types of energy, it also contained a type of purple-colored energy. In the beginning, I thought that it was quintessence violet energy, but it doesn't seem to be it. Besides that, even his physical strength at the divine shift realm was included. So, that attack didn't just carry the might of his sword. Of course, the main reason for its strength is still that sword. She paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued. All of that isn't important. The main point is that he's probably the only one beneath the Emperor realm who can execute that attack. Oblivion Maiden asked. Why? The pig-riding young woman replied. His body has attained the divine shift realm, and he even absorbed stellar energy into his body just now. At that moment, his physical strength would probably be sufficient to engage in close-quartered combat with me. As for his physical defense at that time, he would probably even be able to go head-on against my physical strength. However, even then, his body almost collapsed after he drew his sword. So, it's obvious how powerful that attack was. She gazed at Yi Lengxie at this point and said, If that sword is given to that fellow, he probably wouldn't even be able to draw it. Yi Lengxie glanced at the pig-riding young woman, but he remained silent. Because he really couldn't draw it. His sword Dao was formidable, and not his physical strength. Meanwhile, Oblivion Maiden suddenly asked the pig-riding young woman, Can you draw it? Yi Lengxie gazed at the pig-riding young woman as well. The latter nodded and said, I can. But I'll die. That sword is too strong. If I don't have sword intent and formidable physical defenses to support myself, my body will be torn apart at the instant I draw it. But it shouldn't be a problem once I've attained the Emperor realm. Of course, even if I can draw it, it wouldn't be that strong. That sword has acknowledged him as its master, and the perfect synergy between them isn't something that anything else can compare to. When she spoke up to this point, the pig-riding young woman suddenly added, But I know someone who'll definitely be able to draw it, and that person will be completely fine. Oblivion Maiden asked, Who? The pig-riding young woman chuckled complacently. I'm not telling you that. Ha! Oblivion Maiden glanced at her and said, I know where you can get adamantium fruits. The pig-riding young woman asked hastily, Where? Because her pig loved adamantium fruits. I'm not telling you as well. As soon as she finished speaking, Oblivion Maiden paid no further attention to the pig-riding young woman, and she just lowered her head and lightly patted the fox in her arms. The pig-riding young woman was speechless. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, People are coming. The pig-riding young woman shot a glance up at the sky and said, That fellow caused too much of a commotion. He's in trouble now. Oblivion Maiden said, There's even worse trouble on the way. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Nether Maiden and said, "We've already helped him a great deal. One last time, all right?" Nether Maiden said, "Just until he recovers." The pig-riding young woman nodded. "I'll take the north." Her figure shot towards the north once she finished speaking. Oblivion Maiden hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "Then I'll head to the south." Her figure shot towards the south once she finished speaking. Yi Langxi's figure vanished on the spot while his voice resounded, "I'll take the east." Nether Maiden glanced at Yan Yi before flashing towards the west. In next to no time, the experts coming from all directions had been obstructed by them. In the beginning, many were definitely displeased and intended to attack. However, once they found out about the identities of the 4 people who were obstructing their paths, there wasn't a single expert who dared to attack anymore. But they didn't retreat as well. Yan Yi's eyes were closed tight, and his cracked skin was healing swiftly. Executing the true form of Heavenrend after activating the full version of the Stellar Ward technique caused the harm that he suffered to be much lesser than before. Had executed the true form of Heavenrend once in Pine Prefecture, and he was practically left without the strength to even move a finger. Yet now, executing the true form of Heavenrend was actually no different to the injuries he suffered after executing the ultimate form of death by a thought without activating the Stellar Ward technique in advance. Of course, besides his physical bonus advancement to the Divine Shift realm, there was another reason for this, and it was because Head enhanced his body with the full version of the Stellar Ward technique. If he didn't possess the full version of the Stellar Ward technique, then even his body at the Divine Shift realm wouldn't have been able to endure the might of Heavenrend's true form. In short, the improvement in his body and the full version of the Stellar Ward technique allowed him to execute the true form of Heavenrend like a normal technique. A slight smile couldn't help but curl up on the corners of Yan Yi's mouth when he thought of that. Of course, it didn't represent that he could execute the true form of Heavenrend without any limits. Just like this very moment, even though he wasn't heavily injured or crippled, his body would definitely collapse if he tried to execute Heavenrend's true form again. While his body hadn't collapsed now, it was on the verge of it. If he were to execute the true form of Heavenrend again, then he would definitely die. But according to his estimations, he would need around 2 hours at most for his body to be almost completely restored. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem to execute Heavenrend's true form again. Suddenly, 10 rays of golden light appeared in the sky. The golden light dispersed to reveal a white-robed old man and 9 middle-aged men who were in dark golden armor. 10 emperors. Yan Yi's pupils constricted at the sight of this. Chapter 1151. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden and the others appeared by Yan Yi's side, and they had solemn expressions on their faces as they gazed at those 10 emperors. The white-robed old man who led the group waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, the gray-colored energy that suffused the sky was dispersed in an instant. After that, he gazed at Nether Maiden and the others before suddenly flicking his finger. The space in an area of 50,000 kilometers suddenly started rippling. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and then a woman in a green dress appeared by the pig-riding young woman's side. The pig-riding young woman gazed at the woman in a green dress. "Are you all right?" The woman in a green dress shook her head slightly while a solemn expression could be seen in her eyes. "He destroyed my barrier. His strength is unfathomable. Unless Tundor 3 or Zister are here, otherwise none of us are a match for him." The pig-riding young woman pondered deeply for a moment before looking at Nether Maiden. "10th sister!" Nether Maiden fell silent. The white-robed old man glanced at Nether Maiden and the others, and then he gazed at Yan Yi. "The blood sentence. I never expected a blood sentence to appear in this dimension. Moreover, the one branded with it is actually just a half-saint. But your strength is actually so extraordinary. You killed 2 emperors with a single swing of your sword. That truly surprised me quite a bit." Yan Yi didn't speak. He just held tightly onto the ancient sheath in his left grasp while the last bits of profound energy within him started circulating slowly. Meanwhile, the tattoo of a ferocious beast was faintly visible on his chest. The white-robed old man didn't even give Yang Yi another glance, and he just gazed at Nether Maiden and the others. A short moment passed before he said, "Let bygones be bygones for what happened earlier. Now leave my sight immediately. Otherwise, it's best if you summon those strongest experts of your pavilion. Because the 4 of you are still too weak." The pig-riding young woman was just about to speak when Yang Yi spoke abruptly. "Just leave!" Nether Maiden gazed at Yang Yi while Yang Yi looked at her as well. "Listen to me and leave with them. Leave. Get as far as you can and don't turn back." Nether Maiden asked in a low voice. "What are you planning on doing?" Yang Yi replied. "I'm going to summon something to bite them." Nether Maiden replied. "It won't make a difference even if you summon the patriarch of the dragon clan." Yang Yi chuckled and spoke seriously. "You're not alone. You'll drag them down with you if you stay. Moreover, to be honest, it's pointless for you to stay at a time like this, and it would only make me feel apprehensive." Nether Maiden gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, "Don't worry. If you die, then I'll definitely avenge you one day." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Are you going to sell your sword or not? I can give you 100,000 violet crystals." 100,000 violet crystals! That's everything I have. Yang Yi ignored her. The latter shrugged and left on her pig. Oblivion Maiden glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I heard you have adamantium fruits. Sell a few to me, all right?" Obviously, Shed heard it from Light Maiden. Yang Yi wasn't stingy, and just flicked 10 over to her. Oblivion Maiden hurriedly took them and said, "I won't take them for nothing." She flicked something over to Yang Yi, and then her figure flashed and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi looked over and saw a single violet crystal in front of him. Just one. Yang Yi's face darkened. After all, it was fine to not give him anything, but she gave him one. Meanwhile, Yilanxia said, "I can't defeat them." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yilanxia. "Help me take care of White Deer Academy." Head asked Yilanxia to kill an emperor for him just now. But he hadn't done some with hopes that Yilanxia would really kill that emperor, and he just wanted to see if Yilanxia would keep his promise. The facts proved that he was very trustworthy. So, Yang Yi would naturally not ask him to deal with the Guardians. Because Yilanxia would only be giving his life away if Yang Yi asked him to fight the Guardians. Yang Yi's true goal was to make Yilanxia take care of White Deer Academy. After all, even if anything unexpected occurred, White Deer Academy wouldn't be bullied while it had the protection of an expert in the top 10 of the martial rankings. Yilanxia gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "All right." He turned around and vanished into the horizon once he finished speaking. Once everyone left, Yang Yi looked up at the 10 emperors in the sky. 10 emperors! It was pointless even if he executed the true form of Heavenrend again. After all, it was 10 emperors that he was facing. The white-robed old man suddenly said, "I know you still have trump cards." Yang Yi nodded. The white-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Even if all the experts of this dimension were to come here, it wouldn't be much of a threat to me. As for those mysterious experts in this dimension, they clearly wouldn't go against us Guardians for you. So do it. Let me see what your trump card is. I'm really very curious." Yang Yi said, "Even though I know that I'm asking for insult, I still want to ask you this question. You Guardians won't let me go, right?" The white-robed old man said, "One branded with the blood sentence deserves death to himself, and everyone related to him." "All right." Yang Yi nodded, and then he tore open his clothes. He took a deep breath before a wisp of ferociousness arose in his eyes. "Cheongqi! It's time to come out and bite people!" Roar! A roar suddenly resounded here. The large white pig beneath the young woman instantly wailed when it heard that furious howl, and then it fell flat on the ground and started shivering. The fox in Oblivion Maiden's arms howled with pain as well, and then it held its head with both paws while wailing incessantly. All 4 of them were shocked, and they turned around to look over in Yang Yi's direction. "What has he summoned?" At the moment that roar resounded, every single demon beast of all realms of cultivation and type in an area of 500,000 kilometers had fallen flat on the ground, and they were wailing incessantly with pain. At the same time, another eye of the Heaven Tao appeared in the sky. This time, the eye of the Heaven Tao was at least 10 times larger than before. Endless heavenly might rained down from above, causing practically every single inhabitant of the Central Divine Prefecture to shiver. "I'm finally free! I'm finally free!" At the same time, a ferocious roar of a beast resounded through the area. Chapter 1152. Chapter 1152. Qiongqi's Strength. Not too far away in front of Yan Yi was a completely black ferocious beast that seemed like a tiger, was the size of an elephant, had 2 light golden dragon horns on its head, and a pair of black wings. It was the Qiongqi that lady and the tiny vortex had joined forces to seal within Yan Yi that day. As soon as Qiongqi appeared here, the expressions of the white-robed old man and the other emperors had instantly changed. It had become unsightly and solemn. Even though they didn't know what that monster before them was, their instinct told them that it was dangerous, very dangerous. It wasn't just the white-robed old man and the others who had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Yan Yi was the same as well. Because Qiongqi was much stronger than he was in the past. Just that roar had almost caused Yan Yi's mind to collapse. Most importantly, Qiongqi had immediately severed the link between them once he emerged. Yan Yi grabbed sword precursor's hilt as he gazed at the Qiongqi before him, whose blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity. Moreover, the profound energy and stellar energy within Yan Yi had started to circulate slowly. Besides the huge increase in his strength, the reason he dared to summon the Qiongqi was because he knew that the Heaven Tao and the Guardians would definitely not tolerate Qiongqi's existence. After all, Qiongqi was from the same place as the defiant cultivators. Moreover, that fellow really hated the Heaven Tao of this dimension. Even if the Heaven Tao decided to spare him, he would definitely not spare the Heaven Tao. Yan Yi was absolutely right. Another eye of the Heaven Tao had immediately appeared when the Qiongqi appeared here, and it was even larger than the last one. Besides that, the first thing Qiongqi had looked at when he appeared here hadn't been Yan Yi, and he looked up at the eye of the Heaven Tao instead. That allowed Yan Yi to heave a sigh of relief. He felt that it was best if Qiongqi were to fight the eye of the Heaven Tao and the Guardians so that he could take advantage of the situation. However, Qiongqi suddenly withdrew his gaze and looked at Yan Yi. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched while he slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Qiongqi started walking towards Yan Yi, and it made Yan Yi's eyes narrow slightly. Suddenly, the white-robed old man in the sky spoke abruptly. "A ferocious beast. You're that ferocious beast which came to this world with those defiant cultivators all those years ago. I never expected that survivors still existed in this dimension. It's fine, I'll just deal with you today as well." As soon as the white-robed old man finished speaking, one of the emperors by his side immediately transformed into a huge golden beam of light that shot at the Qiongqi. Qiongqi stopped, moved his gaze away from Yan Yi, and looked up at the golden beam that was coming at him. A ferocious expression flashed through his eyes before he roared with fury and transformed into a black ray of light that shot up into the air. Bang! Yan Yi, the white-robed old man, and the others watched with astonishment as the golden beam of light dispersed in an instant. A loud explosion and a muffled grunt resounded in the sky before the golden light and black light fully dispersed. Both Qiongqi and the Emperor's figure appeared before everyone. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched once more when he saw the scene before his eyes, while a drop of cold sweat couldn't help but appear on his forehead. Qiongqi was still there, and so was the Emperor. However, that Emperor's head was missing, and it was in Qiongqi's claw. Qiongqi had killed that Emperor in an instant, and he'd done so with such ease. Yan Yi felt that it was too much for him to fathom. After all, when had emperors become that weak? The white-robed old man and the others revealed unprecedentedly solemn expressions. Qiongqi tossed the head into his mouth, took a few bites, and then spat it out. "The ants of a lowly world like this one are truly disgusting. He suddenly turned around to gaze at Yang Yi and said, "Your flesh should be not bad." Yang Yi refused to show weakness. He looked up at Qiongqi and spoke indifferently. "I'm afraid your teeth might not be strong enough. Let me try." Qiongqi was about to attack once he finished speaking, and Yang Yi was prepared to draw his sword. However, a bolt of violet divine lightning suddenly emerged from the eye of the heaven Dao in the sky, and it descended in Qiongqi's direction. Qiongqi moved his gaze away from Yang Yi and looked up at the eye of the heaven Dao. His eyes were filled with disdain as his figure transformed into a ray of black light that slammed against the divine lightning. Bang! The divine lightning was instantly obliterated. It simply seemed as if it had never appeared here. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. "That fellow is beyond strong." Qiongqi hadn't stopped there. His figure shot up with the intention of colliding with the eye of the heaven Dao. "How dare you!" The white-robed old man roared furiously and slapped his palm at Qiongqi from afar. An energy palm immediately descended from above and smashed down in Qiongqi's direction. A wisp of astonishment arose in Yang Yi's eyes because he noticed that there were at least 10,000 energy palms overlapped in that palm attack. The energy palms struck against Qiongqi's body. The sky shook violently while the space in the surroundings was about to shatter. However, for some unknown reason, the space there instantly returned to normal. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that the space there had grown even stronger. Even the true form of Heavenren might not be able to damage the space there at this moment. The white-robed old man's eyelids twitched at the sight of this, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He didn't continue looking down on Qiongqi and immediately gave the order, "Kill that beast first!" As far as the white-robed old man was concerned, Yang Yi naturally couldn't compare to Qiongqi. Moreover, Qiongqi posed the greatest threat to him. So long as he dealt with Qiongqi, then wouldn't dealing with Yang Yi be as easy as waving his arm? As soon as the white-robed old man gave the order, the other 8 emperors behind him attacked simultaneously and shot towards Qiongqi. Bang! The joint attack of 8 emperors instantly slammed Qiongqi's figure down from the sky. But it didn't take long for him to charge up once more, and then his figure expanded incessantly. He was around 10 times larger than before when he arrived in the sky again. Bang! An emperor was struck by his figure and instantly transformed into a ray of light that flew off into the distance. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that emperor had been instantly blasted into a pile of mush. Yang Yi gulped. "Can the true form of Heavenren really kill that fellow?" Yang Yi was very confident earlier, yet now, after he grew larger, Qiongqi's strength had simply multiplied. Anyone he slammed against was practically killed in an instant. Even the strongest in the group, the white-robed old man, didn't dare to go head-on against Qiongqi. The most terrifying part about Qiongqi wasn't his physical strength, it was his claws and teeth. They were so sharp that they could tear through space with ease. In less than 15 minutes of time, 5 emperors had fallen. Yang Yi was horrified by the sight of this. He wanted to flee, but there was a problem. Where could he go? Moreover, he noticed that Qiongqi's aura was constantly locked onto him. So long as he dared to flee, Qiongqi would definitely charge at him. Even though Yang Yi was very quick, his speed was nothing before Qiongqi. Meanwhile, the eye of the heaven Dao suddenly opened its eyelids, and then a bolt of violet lightning which stretched for almost 3 kilometers descended from the sky. It was extremely swift and slammed against Qiongqi's body in just an instant. Bang! Qiongqi's figure crashed down from midair, but he stopped after just falling around 1 kilometer. Yang Yi noticed that there were over a dozen injuries on Qiongqi's body, and the sight of this allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. Luckily, that fellow isn't invincible. It made sense. After all, there were 9 emperors and the eye of the heaven Dao, so it would be truly unbelievable if Qiongqi was completely unharmed before such a force. Even though Qiongqi was injured, 6 of those guardians were dead now. 6 emperors. An absolutely terrifying number. Qiongqi didn't continue attacking, and the white-robed old man's group didn't attack as well. But the eye of the heaven Dao hadn't stopped and sent down another bolt of violet divine lightning. This time, it was around 6 kilometers long. As soon as it appeared in the sky, the space in an area of 50,000 kilometers around it had started to tremble violently. Ferocity flashed into Cheongchi's eyes as he shot up once more into the sky, and he raised his claw and slammed it against the divine lightning. Bang! This time, the divine lightning didn't vanish. It just shook violently and cracked apart. A moment later, Cheongchi's other claw slammed against it. Bang! The divine lightning shattered into pieces, but Cheongchi was also blasted around 1 kilometer downwards. Yan Yi noticed that there was a wisp of scarlet-red blood on the corner of Cheongchi's mouth. He'd been injured. If Cheongchi was willing to work together, then Yan Yi wouldn't mind lending Cheongchi a hand. However, Cheongchi's aura was still locked onto him even until this very moment. So, how could Yan Yi dare to help Cheongchi? After all, that fellow would immediately turn his claws on Yan Yi once the guardians were dealt with. Attack! Meanwhile, the white-robed old man spoke abruptly, and then the 4 of them dived down in Cheongchi's direction. Fuck off! Cheongchi roared with fury and slapped his right claw upwards. Bang! The space around his claw shook violently as his claw tore straight through space and slammed against one of the emperors in the sky. That emperor was instantly obliterated. Retreat! Suddenly, a voice that carried an ancient aura resounded from far away in the sky. The white-robed old man and the others immediately revealed expressions of joy when they heard the voice, and they moved aside. Even the violet divine lightning which had emerged from the eye of the heaven Tao had been sucked back into it. Yan Yi noticed that Cheongchi had a solemn expression on his face. It didn't take long for an aged and ancient aura to appear here, and then a gray-robed old man with a hunched back appeared in the sky. Yan Yi's pupils constricted because the old man felt simply unfathomable to him. At the same time, the tiny vortex started to spin madly. It was a warning. The tiny vortex felt threatened. Is he above the Emperor realm? The gray-robed old man glanced at Yan Yi, and then his gaze descended onto Cheongchi. A ferocious beast from outside our region. Your strength isn't bad. I just happen to lack a mount. Are you willing to submit to me? Roar! Cheongchi transformed into a ray of black light that shot up into the sky in the old man's direction. That was his answer. Perhaps I would fear you if you were at your prime. However, you don't even have a fifth of your full strength right now, yet you dare to act presumptuously before me? As soon as the old man finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and tapped his finger forward. It seemed like his finger possessed boundless energy, and Cheongchi immediately howled with pain upon colliding with the old man's figure. After that, Cheongchi's figure crashed down from midair and slammed into the ground. But it didn't take long for Cheongchi's figure to emerge from beneath the ground. However, his skin had cracked apart. The gray-robed old man was about to attack again, but he suddenly gazed at Yan Yi and said, I should deal with you first. Someone branded with the blood sentence will only bring calamity if allowed to live. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned while his gaze descended onto the scarf on Yan Yi's forehead which Lady had given to him. The old man pondered deeply for a moment before flicking a ray of bright light at Yan Yi, and it blasted the scarf apart before Yan Yi could even react. At the same moment that the scarf shattered, Lady, who was seated cross-legged in a palace on a mortal island in the zither of love, had suddenly opened her eyes. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.